This morning we have special programming coming your way. We are resetting ourselves and realigning for the year 2026. And between now and the 31st, we have a lot of conversations about well-being, about health, about you on the Super Morning Show. And we are starting this morning with a very, very, very important conversation. But before I tell you about what we are going to talk about today, let me take you to the Bible and quote from 1 Corinthians 13. If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels but do not have love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have faith that can move mountains but do not have love, I have nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast but do not have love, I gain nothing. This was written by Paul to the Corinthians. It's a very, very, very important scripture I've been thinking about for the past few days, and I felt I should share with you. In all your doings, find love. In all your doings, love God, love your fellow person, importantly, love your country. Do everything you can to transform your space. So if you are the president, do all you can to transform Ghana. If you are a cleaner, clean as though your life depended on it. If you are the accountant, don't enable people to steal our money. If you are the driver, please drive responsibly. Take your passengers to their destination safely. And together, let's put our shoulders to the wheel in advancing the course of the business we call Ghana. Good morning. This morning we'll be talking about what every parent must know to keep their children out of the hospital in 2026. Usually when you are planning the year, we just think about ourselves, work, our health, and all these adult health problems. But the children are the foundation of our being in the country. And a lot of parents, myself included, we spend money and time taking our kids to the hospital every year. What can we do together to keep our children out of the hospital, to keep them in school, to keep them at home, to keep them having fun, to keep them growing? We'll be talking about that this morning, starting our wellness and health conversations for the week with Dr. Hilda Mantibia Boy. She's a pediatrician at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and she's also the president of the Pediatric Society of Ghana. It's coming up here on the show. Plus all the updates. IFC says they are going to invest $300 million in the economy. They invest in the private sector. Transport Ministry says they are doing everything they can to fix the issues. We have a lot of road updates and other conversations for you. And it's all coming up here on the Super Morning Show. But what is on your heart? What is on your mind this morning? Send that to us. 055-1111-997. You can lead our conversation this morning. So send a message right now. What do you want us to discuss this morning? 055-1111-997. Send us that WhatsApp. Let's do this together. Welcome to the Super Morning Show. As usual, Mami is here with the news at 6. She'll take over and you'll join you again soon. Welcome.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, in Kumasi, Real Love 99.5, and in all 16 regions of Ghana and our various affiliates across the country. Also live on my joyonline.com, X Spaces, YouTube, and on Facebook. Coming up, former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta in U.S. court today as Ghana pushes for his extradition. With details of that coming up, also some NPP aspirants ready to sign pact ahead of flag bearer rates, insisting every candidate must agree to end insults, attacks ahead of the December 31 polls.
A large chunk of this depends on the conduct of the, party officials and the way and manner the elections.
As to the jabs and the insult and to the other thing that the other parties or the other camps are doing,
we hear more about the pact ahead of the January 31 polls in business.
First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zakari Mumini, projects a strong cedi for this year. We'll hear more in the Joy Business Report.
These and more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamiche Thompson. This morning, former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta is expected to appear before a U.S. court today after U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE said he lost his legal status to remain in the country. While initial claims suggested a routine visa overstay, Attorney General Dr. Dominic Ayine said the visa was deliberately revoked by U.S. authorities. He revealed that Mr. Ofori-Atta was asked to leave the U.S. by November 29, 2025, but failed to do so, paving the way for possible extradition proceedings. Ghana's Ambassador Victor Smith also affirmed FBI is now involved in his case.
The ICE did the arrest, but a few hours ago, I was also informed the FBI were involved. And of course, that sort of corroborated with what the Attorney General told me, that the FBI had informed him that they had picked him up. I suspect it's a combination of these two factors. ICE normally would pick you for immigration issues. Okay. But then, of course, when the FBI comes in, then there must be some criminality or Interpol police request. So the red alert comes in there. So the combination of the two of them, convinces me that Ghana government had requested for this man to be brought in to help us, if you like, unravel some issues that have been brought against him as a former minister.
Well, we'll get details of that hearing later. Meanwhile, former Maslok CEO Sedina Tamaklo Ationu is also expected to appear before a U.S. court on January 21 over a possible extradition to Ghana. And now to politics. New Patriotic Party presidential hopefuls are ready to sign onto a peace pact ahead of the party's flag bearer contest, but only if it guarantees fairness and an end to internal hostilities. The NPP is scheduled to have all aspirants endorse the pact on Thursday, January 22, as part of efforts to curb infighting and ensure a smooth and peaceful election. First, listen to Deputy General Secretary of the party, Haruna Mohammed.
Yes, as part of the processes to ensure transparency and all inclusiveness and to conduct a peaceful elections at the end of the day, the elections committee of the party have set up for the signing of the peace pact, which is going to happen on the 22nd of this month in Accra. So all the 5 aspirants will be signing the peace pact as way of undertaking to ensure that there is peace after the elections.
Well, the Brian Champon camp is also prepared to sign, provided the election is conducted on a level playing field. Dixon Adamako Kisi speaks for the camp.
So win or lose, Dr. Brian Champon is very firmly glued to supporting the party beyond January 31st. But I would also say that a large chunk of this depends on the conduct of the, party officials and the way and manner the elections go. So in summary, I must say that if we do a very transparent job and all sides agree that, that there's been a fair election, unlike what I've heard, that the party headquarters being an extension of one of the candidates' office, that can be very troubling. So we're very hopeful that on that day, everybody will conduct themselves appropriately.
Yao said Duchum is also pledged to sign the pact, but stresses that verbal attacks and political jabs must stop. Yao Opoku speaks for him.
Be up to that to ensure that we have a smooth process. But as to the jabs and the insult and to the other thing that the other parties or the other camps are doing, we equally advise that once we cherish our beloved party, which is the NPP, we should be mindful of its reputation. and the kind of signal that we are sending out to the general public. And that's why it's important.
The Minister of Transport, Joseph Bukari Nipe, says investigations have commenced into the alleged sale of some 313 unserviceable buses by former management of Metro Mass Transit Limited in 2020. The Deputy Managing Director of Metro Mass Transit, Harun Apauredu, disclosed that some of the buses were sold at extremely low prices, with one reportedly going for as little as 2,500 cedis. Speaking to the media after a meeting with some private transport unions in Accra, the minister said firm instructions have been issued to the new management and board to thoroughly investigate the matter.
We are now telling our transport union like the STC and Metro Mass at all years, whatever that you are doing, you must ensure that you renew your fleet. It will no more be that you will leave them to get to some stage, you auction them, and that is it. We are looking at retooling them. When we do that, it is now going to be a duty that at all times they will continuously replace whatever they are using on yearly basis, at least to start.
But selling these buses are just 2,500 cedis each. Are you not concerned about this, given the price?
Whether I am concerned or not is one of the issues that when we came in, we said things happen, and those agencies could not even stand to go to the market to do any business.
The Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly is set to begin a mass eviction of squatters and encroachers along the Santasia-Honjo Road today as part of efforts to pave way for the dualization of the stretch to ease vehicular traffic within the metropolis. There's more on this report.
As for the car dealers, we've had engagements with them. I mean, when Mayor came, we've had engagements not more than 3 with them, series of engagements. They've come to my offices severally. They call, they know the challenge, because Kumasi is a built-up area. You can't find big space, any free space for them to occupy. So we're trying to get pockets so that they can all go, and we've been able to identify some pockets for some of them, and they will go. I mean, you see, with the car sellers, it's not difficult. Moving vehicles is not a big challenge. So.
And you have the Kumasi City Planner Benjamin Ejinim Boateng. Now, 2-year-old Hiba Dul Osman, with a life-threatening hole in her heart, is fighting for her life in Teshimantra. She needs urgent surgery costing 120,000 cedis, or her parents, a teacher and full-time mother, may lose her.
For Hiba's parents, Dul Usman Ali and Saada to Abubakar, the last 2 years have been a journey of fear, confusion and hope.
Later she got to 2 years that my wife was at a store and somebody came around and said that the child had a condition. We should take her to Kuli Family Hospital. When we got there, they told her that she has a hole in heart and she needs a surgery. According to the medical doctor, such surgery cannot be done at the Holy Family there unless we go to Olubu Teaching Hospital, Accra, for further medical examinations.
Me said, me buy a hole in heart. Mintinda ebeba asa nakuma eti no ho yira no me ne nkosia aye white na wayeyire nsa ni mpiebe ya me akola yese ya na se mimi nko dem akola no.
Doctors say only surgery can repair it. The cost, 100,000 Ghanaian cedis. For Dul, a local teacher, this sum is an impossible mountain.
That's how we end the 6 a.m. news here on Joe 99.7 FM. Business is next on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Then when you come back, we are not hear the sound of your car. Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same, right? It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Cause now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action action no, Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside?
I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small.
The go-go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Brush, 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 that's a bit. That's a bit.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush your teeth right. Brush your teeth. Brush your mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
For many years, we've been solving Ghana's water storage problems with quality tanks. Syntex tank. You know, it is strong, it's tough, and reliable. And now, we're in to solve the #1 problem when it comes to water carriage: our pipes. With the state-of-the-art machinery, Syntex is providing very strong, tough, reliable, high quality, and durable pipes at a reasonable price. This is Syntex Pipes. With Syntex Pipes, water flows wow. I mean, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. If they carry water, no wahala. With Syntex Pipe, our water problems are solved. Syntex, are you strong? Are you tough?
Ama, big news! Star Oil is now the largest oil marketing company in Ghana.
Wow, that's huge!
Yes, so the largest distributor of petroleum products in Ghana. Ever since I switched to Star Oil, my car runs smoother. The fuel lasts longer, no strange engine sound, just clean, powerful performance.
Oh, same here. I used to refill every 3 days until I switched to Star Oil. Now, my fuel lasts way longer. I don't know what magic is inside, but my car loves it.
Exactly. It's not magical. From Accra to Kumasi to Tamale, Star Oil day everywhere with 240 filling stations and counting. That's why more Ghanaians are choosing Star Oil.
Hey, my tank is almost empty. I am heading to Star Oil right now before the queue starts.
I'm right behind you, Amma.
We set out with a mission to serve better and lead boldly. We're proud to say we are Ghana's #1 oil marketing company. To our loyal Star Savers across the country, thank you for believing in us. Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all.
This December, chop life with no fear of January. You know why? The SG Ghana Festive Cashback promo is here. Use your SG Ghana Visa card. Shop, chill, party, enjoy, and stand the chance of winning your share of 120,000 Ghana cedis. Here's how. Between now and the 31st of January 2026, use your SG Ghana Visa card for all your transactions. Make at least 5 transactions totaling not less than 2,000 Ghana cedis, and your share of the 120,000 Ghana cedis could be a reality in the grand draw. The more transactions you make, the better your chances of winning. So go on. Use your SG Ghana Visa card and spend with confidence this Christmas, because January fit reward you big time. Haha. Chale, yes! SG Ghana Festive Cashback Promo. Spend now, smile later. For more inquiries, call 0302-214-314. T's and C's apply. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Société Générale Ghana. The future is you.
Good morning once again. It's 15 past 6. You are still listening to the Super Morning Show here on Joy 99.7 FM. Daryl.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. And you?
I'm good. You can see, as you can see.
Yeah.
VVI Boko.
All right.
I can't $1 million.
You're well. Can we say that for every child?
My body is okay. My brain is okay. My mind, my soul. I can't be bottom.
Yeah. I was saying, can we say that for every child? You know, because today you're going to put the spotlight on.
Yeah, it's a very important conversation. You have 52 weeks in a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's 52.
Yeah.
Yeah. And last year, so every year at the end of the year, I do my personal annual reports for my business and for myself.
Okay.
And I was calculating the number of days we are taking the boys to the hospital.
Wow.
And each boy actually did about 2 weeks in the hospital.
2 weeks?
Not that they were admitted, but the number of days we had to go to the hospital. About 10 days in 365 days.
For regular checkups or
they have
unwell?
Flu,
okay,
headaches, stomach upsets, a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also calculated the amount of money we would have spent if we didn't have insurance. So usually when I go, even though insurance would cover, I'll still go to the account office and ask how much the cost is, so that I note it down.
That's if you are on insurance, because some people don't have.
We are on insurance.
Yeah.
So, but I would still try to go to the hospital accounts office to find out how much it's going to cost.
Mm-hmm.
And usually, we've done this business for years, right? When we start talking about wellness and resetting for the year and reorganizing ourselves for the year, we're always thinking about us, the adults.
Yeah.
How to keep fit, how to invest, how to grow our wealth, how to optimize time, our resources. We hardly think about the children.
Mm-hmm.
But fortunately, unfortunately, almost everything we do goes to taking care of the children.
Exactly.
We are working to build nice houses, so we are comfortable small, but so that our children are more comfortable paying school fees and all that. So this morning, Dr. Hilda Mante-Biaboy will come and tell us how we can keep the children out of hospital and keep them in school, keep them at home, keep them on the playgrounds, keep them happy in this year.
Yeah, I like when you say keep them out of the hospital, because I mean some of the things you don't have a hang over it, because they're in school. You can't always monitor what they're doing, and sometimes it's from the schools they get sick.
Yeah, and they pick all sorts of infections from school, and we are entering the dry season. The rainy season will come with its own problems. The food they eat. Globally, there's a conversation about obesity in children. How do we keep our children healthy?
Good conversation
and happy
for the morning.
and strong. If your children are happy, you're happy.
Yeah.
If they are not, you will not be happy. So we'll be having that conversation, as well as bringing you all the updates on all the big stories. Now, in the petroleum space, there's a price war. Star Oil started it. Goil joined. Zen has joined. I believe Allied has joined.
Allied has also joined.
All the others are joining. It could be way cheaper than water at a point. We are looking forward to that point. But the 6 a.m. news is brought to you by Total Energies. Total will go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters. Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. And the Joy Business Report is coming up. It's brought to you by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Safari Valley Resorts, bringing you closer to nature. And the trumpet on the Super Morning Show is brought to you by ECG. If you know anybody stealing electricity, call 0302 611 611 and report that person. If you know anybody who has connected illegally to the grid, just call 0302 611 611. If you report, you get 6% of the recovered amount as your reward. So who gets the trumpet this morning?
Well, this one we can be a bit mischievous and encourage the OMCs to keep going. I know we did it yesterday. Or we give a shout to the children who are listening to the Super Morning Show. And I don't know, because you're going to have a conversation around them. What do you think? Who does it go to? I know where you're tilted towards.
That's a tight one. I love the children. And I love the fuel prices too. We can give it to both of them, you know.
Both of them.
The OMCs and the children.
All right. Yeah. Okay. OMCs, we love what we are doing. We are excited about the conversations we're having right now. So we want to shout you out.
To 6 CDs per liter.
And to all the lovely children listening to the Super Morning Show, we appreciate you as well. So, to all of you trumpets. and welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zachary Mumini, projects a strong city for the year as he assures businesses not to panic, especially in the first quarter. Also coming up, Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies to hold an emergency meeting tomorrow as it moves to reach a common ground on the current stand-over fuel price floor program. Plus, IMF set to review Ghana's classification as high risk of debt distress to moderate by April. Is justifying its decision to put the country in this category despite the recent progress. Details coming up. My name is Darryl Kwao. Thanks for joining us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidon on KTU Radio. The first Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zachary Mumini, has projected a strong city for the year. This is based on recent reforms rolled out, as well as a strong reserve position of almost $14 billion. The first Deputy Governor announced this at the launch of the ACI World Congress in Accra. He's also assuring businesses not to panic, especially in the first quarter.
Ghana's economy is poised for a sustained growth and stability. Fiscal discipline and prudent monetary policy will continue to anchor the macroeconomic performance going forward, while structural reforms in energy, agriculture, and technology are expected to drive productivity. Inflation is projected to remain within the target range, and the city's resilience will be supported by strong buffers and continuing strong external sector performance, as well as improved investor confidence. These fundamentals position Ghana as a competitive and reliable partner in global markets.
You had the first Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zachary Mumini. Now, bank's profit before tax for the first 10 months of last year went up significantly to reach 19 billion cedis. The development reinforces strong recovery of the sector despite recent challenges. Here's more in this report.
The Bank of Ghana data showed that profit before tax for these commercial banks were up by more than 40% to reach this new level. The data revealed that the spike was influenced by strong growth in all the income lines of these commercial banks, with interest income being a major driver. The data again revealed that growth in interest income attributed to the slowdown in the interest expenses due to lower interbank lending in October 2025 compared to October 2024. Another interesting thing that has come up is that after going through the numbers, it emerged that the cost of these banks were going up. Even though this is not the final number, we are learning that things may not change that much in terms of the profit position that was recorded by most of the banks in the country for last year.
Now, the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies is set to hold an emergency meeting tomorrow to try and reach a common ground on the fuel price floor program. There's a current debate among members over whether the policy should be maintained or abolished. Dr. Winston Amoah is Chief Executive of the Chamber.
This is a very big tug of war for all of us. I believe that this will surely be dealt with holistically. We all know the good and bad side of the implementation of the floor price. I believe that the perception that the floor price was set to save certain businesses should be correct. The chamber will come with its stand after our engagement at the board. It's still a debate as we speak we are having. We understand everybody's concern. Don't get me wrong. And together with the regulator, we're surely going to have a breakaway through that will serve the industry and the consumers.
You had Dr. Winston Amoah, Chief Executive of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. Sources say the issue has strongly divided membership of the chamber. Some documents seen by Joy Business show how some members are in strong support of the policy. They argue that removing the price floor program may open the market for illegal products affecting quality as well. Meanwhile, the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana has criticized the National Petroleum Authority over its stance on the policy. Executive Secretary Duncan Amoah says this defeats the whole price deregulation policy.
The argument that without a floor pricing, people will sell bad product or low
standard products does not hold. Even when price was regulated completely, that is the period before June 2015, we still had bad product. And so that is a function of regulation. Go out there and inspect the pumps to be sure that what they are delivering is good or clean products. But for you to turn around in a deregulated market to seek to regulate prices, you are simply not helping all of us. You are simply asking the market to undercut all of us. You are simply telling the market that if it is not what you subscribe or approve, then nobody should sell anything cheaper to the market.
That was Winston Amoah, Executive Secretary of the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana. In other news, the IMF has indicated it will review Ghana's debt classification to an improved position by April this year after it ranked Ghana as high risk of debt distress despite significant progress made in restructuring of debts. Speaking to Joy Business, IMF country representative Dr. Adrian Alta insisted there were clear reasons for those actions.
All debt indicators have improved significantly, and the report fully acknowledges that. But given that these gains are primarily driven by the cedi appreciation, which eventually was driven by exceptionally unprecedentedly high gold prices, hence it remains vulnerable to reversal. What basically means is that the team wanted to have more time to show clearly that the data and the objective assessment and the gains that ultimately were acknowledged in 2025 are persistent and entrenched. The assessment remains data driven, and the prospects for an upgrade are positive.
You had Adrian Alta there, IMF country representative for Ghana. Professor of Finance and Bank of Ghana Chair in Finance and Economics at the University of Ghana, Professor Paul Alagidede, says Ghana could have financed its 2024 budget from domestic resources if the country leveraged the vast natural asset base, particularly gold. Speaking at a public lecture organized by the Center for Policy Scrutiny and Joy Business, Professor Alagidede highlighted the high assets position of the country.
We have currently been, playing with taxes and debt, but we have lots of liquidity. So they move from measuring the flows into looking at the stock of what we have, actually asking for a new accounting system that recognizes the stock of what we have. So we are really about $100 million now, not 5 years from now, if we are growing at 4% from the base year that I used, which is 2024. Which also means that if you take our budget, in 2024, the total budget could have been financed from within without needing a single peso from abroad.
You had Professor Paul Alagidede. He is Professor of Finance at the University of Ghana. Now, the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation says it will soon roll out a policy to formalize and regulate the scrap business in Ghana. Speaking after a working visit to B5 Plus company in Tema, the Chief Executive Officer, William Okofudate, said this is part of efforts to sanitize the sector and support the growth of the local iron and steel industry.
As to where they get it from, nobody cares. And then sometimes we realize there were a bit of nuisance with the business. For example, people go around removing these drain covers. People are taking scrap materials from people's compound without their notice, and a whole lot of valuables were getting mixing in this scrap business. So there were this cry out there that who is taking care of this sector. So as a corporation responsible for iron and steel industry, we set out to see how we can formalize this whole business. So we develop a policy.
Next, Investor Eye and Kojo Akoto Boateng, Chief Technical Officer at IT Consortium, shares why you should cross-check the source of every USSD code you dial. Take a listen.
So with USSD, they're simple. Usually you're just making 2 or 3 step payment process, or if it's a financial product, you are using it to either buy an investment, deposit money in savings. It's inherently safe. What tends to be the challenge is if someone claims he's helping you to do something on that, that's where the fraud can occur. So yes, I know of situations where people have been called and asked to go through a USSD application to commit a transaction, and that transaction is really just transferring money to them or to one of their partners. So it's important that you know how the application works. And again, the documentation, the information about this exists, right? And first of all, it must be an application that is provided by a licensed entity. If it's a bank, all banks are licensed, right? There's no bank that can provide this service without it. If it's a PSP, payment service provider, what we typically call fintech, they are not that recognized. So you need to be able to know who they are.
That's Investor Eye for today. Make a date on Thursday for another episode. Before we go, a look at the markets this morning. On the commodity market, crude oil selling at $64 a barrel. From yesterday's trading, gold increased by almost $14 to open trading at $4,684 an ounce. Cocoa added $110 is selling this morning at $5,076 a ton. On the currency market, the dollar going for 11 cedis. That's what major commercial banks are offering their clients. A British pound 14 cedis 70 pesos, the euro going for 12 cedis 75 pesos. The forex bureau is quoting the dollar at 12 cedis 15 pesos. More news on our website myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Kwal. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning show continues. Yes, Kojo AB.
Yes, man. And I'm excited about today. We have a lot to talk about. Later this morning, we'll also touch on the price floor issues here on the show.
Okay.
Yes, it's generating a lot of interest, and so we'll try to bring some more depth to that conversation.
Let's debate it.
Yeah. This morning on the show. Yeah. And some other interesting issues coming up this morning. But if you want to know how to keep your children out of the hospital this year, if you want to reduce your spend on hospital bills for the children and everything related to making them healthy and happier, this is your conversation. And the healthier they are, the healthier you are. Because when you go to those, you also sometimes pick up infections.
And talk about the stress of it.
Yes. So that conversation is coming up. But it's time for the inspirational song for today. And today's song is titled Holy Ghost, and it's from Sons of Sunday.
Hey.
Sons of Sunday.
All
Enjoy
right.
this one.
When the Holy Ghost gets a hold of you, there's no telling what you're allowed to do. No telling what you're allowed to do. Might get fired up, you might get freeze. But if you brought cold water, don't pour your water on me. I got the Holy Ghost, and I'm burning up.
And that's our inspirational song this morning, right here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Good morning, Kojo.
Teacher Kovi, good morning. How are you?
God is still taking care of his children.
Good to see you.
I'm good to see you.
I love your political suit with your gold coins in it.
ECD.
I love your gold coin.
In your gold coin.
Where Cooper.
As I say, gold and your gold.
Cooper. Those times, my mom would say, "We got to Cooper."
Cooper. Not bad.
Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, good to see you. I hope you're doing very well.
I'm good. I don't know.
Today's the 20th of January. See?
Yes.
We've got 11 days to go.
What's say 11 days? We've got 4 weeks to go.
Oh, no. 11 days. You don't have to worry.
In January, 11 days is 4 weeks.
Oh, next week. Next week. Next week is relevant for other reasons too. I know for some people, whether or not they become flag bearer will be determined, and it sets us on the path for election 2028.
Yeah.
We've talked about the fact that in Ghana every day we are campaigning, so we never pause to discuss affairs of the state. Always partisanship.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get into our Drive Safe campaign.
The Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection. Avoid all distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible, drive with your lights on. That's how to ensure your safe arrival. This morning, between Medina and Atomic Junction, I saw a motionless body on the road in the express lane, close to almost about 50 meters to Firestone.
Okay.
And they put some stones around the body. So I called the police emergency number 18555. I called the number several times. There was no answer. So it would ring for 1 minute 1 second and cut on its own. Called it several times. There was no answer. So I called a high-ranking police officer whose number I had on my phone, to tell him that this is what I had seen. And he also gave me another number, which is 030-277-3907.
The expectation would be that he would just get somebody to, deal with that. Why were you given another number?
Maybe he wanted us to try the other emergency number to also know whether the police emergency really works. So I called that number, 030-277-3906, several times. It wasn't answered. It didn't go through. It wasn't answered. It didn't go through. And so I called him back. Then he called another police commander, put him on the line, and had me explain what I had seen so that they can take action. I'm highlighting this because we are promoting Drive Safe, right?
Yeah.
If I see a driver misbehaving on the road, I should be able to call the police emergency number and get solutions immediately. If I see anything on the road, I should be able to call the police emergency number and get solutions immediately. During the Christmas period, one of our neighbors in the larger Amarahia area had armed robbers attack him. Some of the neighbors put on our platform, we called 18555, sir, nobody answered. So we called somebody we knew who called the police for them to come. By the time they came, the armed robbers had bolted and they had locked this person in his house.
What?
So I am highlighting this challenge on Drive Safe today because, Winston, you could be on the road and you have an emergency.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
The police is the first institution you may want to call. And it's happened that we called several times, it didn't work. So if you're a listener this morning and if you've had these experiences to share, let's help the police service sanitize their emergency protocol and their emergency systems so that it keeps all of us safe.
Great. So you can get on to WhatsApp 055-1111-997, 055-1111-997, which means we can now learn how to say it right. Brought to us by Kingdom Books at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
So could you want us to learn the pronunciation of this word? S-A-N-D-W-I-C-H.
S-A-N-D-W-I-C-H. It's
Yes.
something we eat.
Yeah.
Yes. These days I do tubani. Bread, namedi tubani ashim numedi. Yes. How is it pronounced?
Sandwich.
And your sandwich.
You don't pronounce the D is silent. It's not pronounced. In the US is sandwich. In England, in Britain is sandwich.
Okay. It's dinner.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fish?
Yeah, the fish. Yeah, the tubani.
Sandwich.
Wow.
If you want to say it right.
Okay.
So it's normally 2 pieces of bread with food such as cheese, salad, or meat between them.
This is abrofo, dear no.
You could say that.
You could say shim. What you the tubani shim?
Anyway.
What you the koko ayachi shim? Koko ayatutu.
So, folks, that's how you say it right.
Teacher Kofi.
Student Kojo. So now that you know how to say it right, go out there and make us proud. Let's get into the newspapers now, brought to us by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, Access Bank more than banking, Star Oil, quality and affordable fuel for all, and Enterprise Insurance, your advantage.
We'll start with the Chronicle this morning. Heath Goldfields pays 136 million Ghana cedis to settle legacy worker liabilities, according to the mining company. This is in line with the agreement they had with the General Mine Workers Union. So 136 million paid to settle legacy worker liabilities. I'm not an alien in the NPP. Guess who is speaking?
Who?
Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. He says he's not an alien in the NPP. The rubber group ANRAG is rejecting legitimacy and monopoly claims, flags forex risks in raw rubber exports, and Ghana sits on $1.5 trillion worth of gold. This is according to CPS. And the scripture from the Chronicle this morning, Matthew 10:33. But whoever denies me before men, I'll also deny him before my Father who is in heaven.
You know the bit about the gold that we sit on. So Professor Alagidede, yesterday I was at the lecture. He's talking about the fact that, look, we have a lot of minerals, but he would just focus on gold. Now, based on those minerals that we have, if we were to sustainably mine them, it will go a long way in helping us, and we wouldn't need to borrow. And so what he's saying is, look, that's how you have to run your economy, and in doing so, also you need to own a majority of your minerals. And it will go a long way in helping you.
I have this big chart of Ghana with areas with minerals, and it's crazy. You look at the Takoyan Basin, the Birimian Basin, and the mineral deposits that we have. It's all about mining sustainably and investing the money right.
Exactly.
To drive the development we want.
Yeah. The daily guide for this morning: Heath Goldfields pays 136 million liabilities to former workers. Ken opens wide lead in NPP race. NPP flag bearer raise aspirants to sign peace pact. And Bawumia beats peace drums. Dubai, India account for 98% of small-scale gold exports. Now, this is from a Joy News Joy Research, which found that out of the 103,804 kilograms of small-scale gold exported, the two countries absorbed 98.8% of Ghana's small-scale gold exports in 2025, and the remaining 2% was spread across 8 other countries, with Switzerland and South Africa accounting for most of that 1.2. But analysts have indicated that such level of concentration in the two dominant countries exposes Ghana to some external risk, causing implication for the country's gold export earnings. And studies have also shown that much of Ghana's small-scale gold is exported in unrefined form and without a robust traceability framework, which excludes the country from higher value markets that require stricter sourcing and refining standards. So we're not, prepared to do a few things right, so we take it to those who are willing to accept our gold. So those are the front page stories
from the daily guide. Now, more from on gold. The new finder says Ghana's gold reserves estimated at $146 billion CPS. Now, the earlier story I read said that Ghana sits on $1.5 trillion in gold, also CPS. Now, let me give you the context and quote what the prof said. He said that at current prices, the value of Ghana's proven gold reserves alone is estimated at about $146 billion. This figure forms part of a broader natural asset base valued at roughly $1.5 trillion. So that should give us a bit of context here. Now, more stories. Debt restructuring ripple effects hits Ghana's financial system. This is according to an analyst. Ghana to curb $127 billion revenue leakages with new AI customs too. And Kafuide is joining Z Multimedia. Yeah.
Great. So I've got the lecture here. I've got the slides. And I look at our reserves. That's gold, 1,000 metric tons. Total value USD is $146.2 billion. Total revenue value Ghana city 1.5 trillion.
Yeah.
So is the city value.
Okay.
That's 1.5 trillion. Okay. Yeah, that's it. The insight this morning says rising tensions in NPP primary rekindle the flame of Pan-African solidarity. VIP urges Africa in historic visit to Guinea. And Adenta's new MCE moves to end schools under trees permanently. And Trade Minister hails fall in cement prices. Thumbs up. Exchange rate stability. Timber monitoring team steps on powerful toes as police arrest 8. And Central East Regional Police Command bust 3 suspects in car stealing syndicate. All on the front page of the Insight.
I'll give you the daily graphic now. 98% of lands can't be registered. Owners at risk in disputes. Now, the story by Emmanuel Bohoxen says that over 98% of land in the country cannot be registered. With the title, the situation makes it extremely difficult for purchasers to properly secure such lands, leaving them vulnerable in land disputes. A Justice of the Court of Appeal, Justice Alexander Osetutu, who made the assertion, explained that only the Greater Accra region, some part of Kumasi, Kaswa and its environs had been declared as registration districts. Winston, this is a big problem. 98% of lands can't be registered.
Yeah, because we've not declared the others as registration districts. It's that simple.
But if we don't do that, land is one key asset that enables every form of business. Any form of business needs some form of land to be able to work. And it's one of the big pain points for a lot of business people. Why is it that after lap 1, lap 2, you remember Land Administration Project 1, Land Administration Project 2, at the point we were threatened with Land Administration Project 3. After all these investments in all these things, why are we still here and land issues have not been resolved and harmonized in the country? This is sad. Anyway, more stories from the Daily Graphic. Oforiatta case, Arthur Kennedy urges voluntary return. Aikwe Otu backs trial in absentia. And name airport after Kwame Nkrumah, not Kotoka. This is new advocacy on the naming of the Kotoka International Airport. An Immigration Council unveils new project for border protection. That's the Daily Graphic, Winston.
I'm interested in the Kotoka International Airport. We'll come back to that story. You know, whether it should be named after Kwame Nkrumah or whether it should be Accra International Airport. You know, do we necessarily have to name that after Kwame Nkrumah?
In fact, there's a suggestion that even all the universities named after personality should revert to their original name, so that Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology becomes University of Science and Technology. We have Cape Coast University, we have University of Ghana, SD Dombo, Akente, Apia Menka, all those. We just name them according to what they've been set up for, to avoid any future confusion. Those are some suggestions some people have made.
Great. The overseer for this morning says GRA's AI initiative had paused to boost revenue by 45% at no cost to importers. I only believe in election day poll, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. He says the poll that he believes in is what happens on the
election day.
Yeah, of course, but that's for the poll you should believe in. But you would know whether or not that is going to work. Election Watch demands police intervention to de-escalate NPP primary tensions. Please contest to represent as well Nima NDC grassroots appeal to Amina Adams Mahama Ture. That sounds like the
wife.
The wife.
Yeah.
So we're told that branch executive and grassroots members of the NDC in Ayawaso East constituency have appealed to Hajia Amina Adams, widow of the late MP Honorable Mahama Nasser Ture, to consider contesting the upcoming parliamentary primary. I mean, I think we should stop this whole thing of pushing spouses of persons who have passed on to go and contest their seats. NPA boss Lord Store Management for revamping operations. Black Rasta sued by Shatawale for 100 million cedis for over fraud accusations, all on the front page of the Overseer newspaper.
So we can go online?
Yes, let's go online. The online news review brought to us by Zenith Bank. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
And my joy online, Oforiatta to face U.S. court today over immigration status as Ghana pushes extradition. And today we also expected a group to demonstrate. They said they are going to picket at the U.S. embassy, all in the bid to put pressure on the U.S. government to bring Oforiatta back home. They're asking for Oforiatta to be brought back home. Now, the whole nation wants Kennedy. Guess who is speaking? Amewu is making a strong case for Kennedy Japan. And Amoah says that he's open to public service, but he set clear conditions for his involvement in public service. Now, when you believe in God, things become easier. This is Amoah opening up on faith and his survival. Ghana's mining reforms risk choking investment, says industry body. And I don't fear any human being because of the values that were instilled in me. IES is defending the NPA price floor policy amid debate over fuel pricing. And former energy minister Kwabena Donko also has some strong views on this price floor conversation.
He'll be joining us later on the spot.
Yes. And he'll be giving us some perspectives on this particular matter here on the show. Now, if you go to citynewsroom.com, government to probe auction of 300 Metro Mass Transit buses. I went to Sweden the last time, and the number of buses I saw parked there, and these buses were broken down buses. I was like, hey, Ghana. And so the government is going to probe the auction of 300 Metro Mass Transit buses. And IFC injects up to $300 million to stabilize Ghana's cocoa supply chain. And Oforiatta, as we already know, is to appear in a U.S. court over immigration case today. And GPRTU to hold crunch meeting on the 20th of January, which is today, over commercial vehicle ID tax. And Asanteman has a number 2 now. Otunfo has installed Dasibro Sebons to the 3rd as Mampongine. He will sit on the silver stool, and in the traditional setup, he's number 2 to the Asantehene. So those are stories from citynewsroom.com. We can have BNFT as well. BNFT, if you go, equity rally marks deep concern risks. Government tightens grip on informal metal trade. And gateway to country shouldn't be named after coup leader. These are some activists talking about the Kotoka International Airport and the Kwame Nkrumah International Airport conversation.
Well, if you look at the fact, if you consider the fact that Kwame Nkrumah was voted as the African of the Millennium, okay, and he's Ghanaian, we should all be proud of him.
Yeah.
But do I want to see Kotoka International Airport being named Kwame Nkrumah International Airport?
After Kwame Nkrumah Motorway, after Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kwame Nkrumah.
I think that we could just name it Accra International Airport. That's it.
Okay.
I don't mind naming it Accra International Airport. We lose nothing if we call it Accra International Airport.
Okay.
And when you name it Kwame Nkrumah and we get into the conversation about a coup leader, well, then you're bringing in a lot of issues here and there. I think we just name it Accra International Airport. It's that simple.
Accra International Airport. No Kwame Nkrumah matter.
We can Kwame Nkrumah. Charlie, everybody knows what Kwame Nkrumah did for this country. It's not now that we want to celebrate Kwame Nkrumah again by naming, airport after him. But let's get into the details.
There is an interesting article on page 14 of the Chronicle, written by Efia Ejubi Akenteng. And she writes, Ghana's urban transport crisis, beyond solutions. How do we sustain the remedies? And it's a very well-written article talking about the challenges we have in the public transport space and the urban transport space and how we can fix it. Now, she writes that existing transport infrastructure and policy frameworks must be reassessed clear strategies are needed to balance private operators with revitalized public transport systems while government steadily strengthens its own capacity. And when public transport is efficient and dependable, pricing becomes predictable, services become reliable, and citizens are naturally drawn to public buses as their preferred mode of transport.
Now, the Daily Guide for this morning talks about Ken opening wide lead in NPP race. It's according to a new research. But Heath Gofields pays 136 million liabilities to former workers. I'll bring you details of that. And the story says that Heath Gofields Bogoso Prestia Mine has paid a total of 136 million towards the settlement of outstanding legacy liabilities to former workers. The company inherited the liabilities from the former leaseholder, and this marks a significant milestone in the company's effort to resolve inherited obligations and strengthen its operational and financial foundations. Baumia beats peace drum. To former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has called for peace and unity in the NPP. According to him, the NPP's desire of winning power from the NDC in 2028 will materialize when the party members unite and work together. Okay, so by 31st January.
Quarter 1st February.
Yeah, we know.
Yes. Quarter 1st February. Everybody will know their how far.
By 7 p.m. In fact, by 7 p.m. 31st January, we'll know. Who becomes the flag bearer of the NPP.
Yeah. Anyway, we've touched on the ghost story and had a lot of details on that, right?
Sure.
Yes. So let's go to some other stories. Baumia is speaking here. He says that he's not an alien in the NPP. And the story says former Vice President Dr. Mahamadou Baumia has debunked claims that he's an alien in the party, saying he cannot be said to be a stranger after 17 years of membership and 2 terms as Vice President.
17 years of membership.
Yes.
That's from 2008.
And yes, and speaking to delegates of Asawase in Kumasi, he emphasized that in 5 instances in 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, and 2024, he had embarked on election campaign for the party as a running mate and presidential candidate in 2024. So
of course, I mean, he is not an alien
at all.
He's been running mate. He's been vice president. He's been flag bearer and presidential candidate of the NPP. That cannot be an alien.
Okay.
Yeah. That cannot be an alien. And if the NPP delegates voted for him, over 60% of them voted for him in 2023, it only showed the sort of support he had in the party. So allow the man to feel free.
Yeah. On the price floor matters, the IES is speaking. The Institute for Energy Security has defended the National Petroleum Authority's price floor policy, describing it as a vital safeguard for fair competition and the long-term stability of Ghana's deregulated petroleum markets. They released the press statement yesterday, and they responded to recent comments by the Chief Executive Officer of Star Oil Ghana, who suggested that the price floor regime prevents the company from selling fuel at much lower prices. According to the IES, Star Oil claimed it could sell petrol at 9.5 Ghana cedis per litre and during off-peak night hours if the price floor were removed. And the IES said the comments had triggered intense public debate, particularly on social media, but cautioned against reducing a complex policy issue to headline-friendly claims. So that is the IES. I like what is happening in the space. There is debates, there is there are suggestions, and there is competition. It's good for the market, isn't it?
It is. So let's go for the BBC News now, brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, and Glyco, we cushion you for life.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Anne Soy in Nairobi and Rob Young in London.
President Trump says he will 100% carry out his tariff threats over Greenland as European Union nations vow to protect their interests. They're expected to address the issue at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. We'll bring you a Russian perspective.
More than 20 people are dead and dozens are missing in a massive Pakistan mall fire. We'll speak to someone whose relatives who are in that mall.
And we'll hear from the occupied West Bank, where a football pitch for Palestinian children is under threat of demolition by the Israeli military.
was obvious for me. They didn't want us to have any kind of hope. They didn't want us to have an opportunity. And the moment that we lose hope and opportunity, we are going to leave. This is the only explanation for us, and why they are only targeting this place and not other places around us.
First, a bulletin of the latest news.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. European leaders are expected to use their addresses to the World Economic Forum in Davos to argue that Greenland should remain free of US control. The French President Emmanuel Macron and the head of the European Commission Ursula von der Leyen take centre stage on Tuesday. Europe has been keen to maintain a united front, threatening retaliation if Mr. Trump imposes sanctions. A day ahead of his arrival in Switzerland, the US president said he thought European leaders would not push back too much. Faisal Islam reports from Davos.
President Trump's extraordinary attempt to project military and economic power over NATO allies towers like the Swiss Alps over this year's gathering in Davos. BBC News was told of a meeting between America's business and political elite where concerns about Mr. Trump's designs on Greenland were expressed clearly, with President Trump's Treasury Secretary warning Europe not to retaliate, but tariff wars in the air. Concerns are returning about the world economy and inflation, as well as radical instability. All this, and it's only day 2 of Davos. Day 3 brings President Trump himself.
The Ugandan opposition leader Bobi Wine has called on his compatriots to step up their resistance to what he called the dictatorial rule of President Yoweri Museveni. Speaking to the BBC from hiding, Wine said he would continue to stand up to Mr. Museveni despite concerns for his safety following last week's elections.
Protests are constitutional. They are allowed as per Article 29 of our Constitution. So we have encouraged the people of Uganda to evoke any constitutional and legal means of fighting back against this injustice, to fighting back to protect their democracy.
He restated his claims that the Ugandan security forces wanted to seize and harm him. Those claims have been rejected by Ugandan officials. The Vietnamese leader To Lam has said there can be no let-up in the fight against corruption as he addressed a congress of his ruling Communist Party. Mr. Lam is expected to use the 5-yearly meeting to consolidate his powers. The lower house of Australia's Parliament has voted to approve changes to the country's gun legislation following the deadly shooting at a Jewish festival last month. The bill will now make its way to the Senate. Katie Watson is in Sydney.
The gun laws aim to introduce stricter checks for firearms licence applications and establish a national gun buyback scheme. That bill was passed earlier today in the House of Representatives without the support of the opposition coalition. A few hours later, the lower house also passed laws on hate crimes, including the introduction of tougher penalties for preachers who advocate violence and a process to come after hate groups. Both bills will be debated by the Senate later today and are expected to pass.
BBC News. Heavy machinery is to be brought in to assist efforts to recover the wreckage of the 2 trains which crashed in southern Spain on Sunday. The Spanish authorities say they expect more bodies to be recovered and rescue workers have been working through a second night. King Felipe and Queen Letizia will visit the site later today. A court in Belgium will be holding a hearing on Tuesday to decide whether a former diplomat should stand trial over the murder 65 years ago of the Congolese leader Patrice Lumumba. 93-year-old Etienne d'Avignon is the only surviving member of the Belgian diplomatic corps in Congo at the time. He's accused of involvement in the unlawful detention and transfer of Lumumba, as well as humiliating and degrading treatment. New research in Antarctica has found that penguins are breeding up to 2 weeks earlier because of climate change. Scientists studying Udeli, Gentoo and chinstrap penguins say changes are occurring at a record rate. Ali McConnell reports.
Penguins nest on snow-free ground in colonies which can extend to hundreds of thousands of pairs, and the latest research leaves no doubt that the birds are adapting their behaviour to changes in the environment. Teams from universities in Oxford monitored 37 penguin colonies over a decade, during which the temperatures recorded by their cameras rose by 0.3 degrees Celsius a year. They found the biggest behavioural change in Gentoo penguins, whose breeding season shifted by 13 days on average and up to 24 days in some colonies. The scientists warn that the changes could threaten the birds' access to food or force greater competition between species.
President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has welcomed home the victorious Senegalese football team from their triumph in the Men's Africa Cup of Nations. Thousands of supporters were also at the airport outside the capital, Dakar, waving flags and banners. BBC News.
Hey, Andrea. Challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life.
Hey.
I switched for comfort. Look, your salary deserves better.
Switch?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
I switched my salary account to Fidelity Bank.
Oh, okay.
And that's my jackpot. I get higher loan amounts with lower interest rates, as well as personalized financial support. They gave me a loan to expand my side hustle. And the terms are just flexible.
Wow.
Your salary deserves better.
Oh, my salary deserves better, Pa. You see the way you are smiling wide? Yes, I will switch and smile wider. Your salary deserves better. Switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy lower interest rate, car and home loan, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. Switch and smile wider. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
If I believe with us, Fidelity. If I know I lay your side, Fidelity.
Glyco Life Micro Insurance customers, hey! Glyco Life Damwasi, more peerful, ya sumo e conference nine. Bonsumuni ya nanti ye Damwasi, ne ya se, ye the Glyco Life app abba, ewo mobile phone swa. Ama yankita hudie, I am re. Glyco Life Micro Insurance goes digital. Say die, uye Glyco Life e John Koswo, ana Glyco Life enidaswa customer. E hun hiya se obenya adansidie krata. E chese wetua bibi ama Glyco. Die hiya ni se, ube downloadu Glyco Life app no, ana ye agenta. Ya tituom abefu kwanso, ebe buawo, mwetumi a downloadu ewo phone so. 24 hours, ebre, any baby a wobia. Ubetumi etua wuntie ni ama Glyco. Anampo ubetumi ajusika every Glyco nchen abefo kwanso. Sanhihye edi asomdwe ebebre Glyco Life adwadifo. Baby awo ene ebrebia. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Today, we hit the streets to ask Ghanaians, what would you do with free fuel for 1 year?
Oh, road trips with the girls every weekend.
That's extra savings to help fix my car.
Charlie, 1 whole year, I'll finally be able to visit my mom without worrying about the distance.
This season, it's feeling after filling from Shell with new and improved fuels so you can do the things you love. Buy 300 Ghana cedis or more worth of new and improved Shell fuels and stand a chance to win. Free fuel for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or even 1 year. It's time to try the new and improved Shell fuels with additives that deliver efficiency, cleaning, protection, and performance. Don't miss out. Fill up with new and improved Shell fuels and get rewarded. Promo runs till the 28th of February 2026. T's and C's apply.
New and improved Shell fuels. Simply better by far.
It's the season of the Global Football Fiesta and all Ghana is lined up to celebrate. The exciting part, you could experience live action alongside other winners in the GCB Part to Pop promo. Save, win, go!
Yes, simply deposit and maintain 300 Ghana cedis or more in your GCB savings and current account and earn points. Save more, accumulate more points.
Increase your chance to win Megagantuan prizes every month. TV sets,
cookers,
freezers,
washing machines, and lots more. Plus the ultimate
all expenses paid trip to experience global football. Yankee, here we come with GCB Part to Pop promo. Save, win, go! Get in the game 1st December 2025 to April 2026.
T's and C's apply. This promo is under the NLA Caritas Lottery platform.
GCB, your bank for life.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Hey, is it my TV or my eyes? Why? If you say everything clear past my future.
Oh, Charlie, it's not your eyes, it's the TCL C6K QD Mini LED TV.
With QD Mini LED technology, you get deep blacks, bright highlights, and colors so real. See, even the referee's board head, they shine.
Movies, football, gaming, every detail sharp like a new razor blade.
If your old TV they show blare blare, Charlie, it's time to upgrade.
Visit any Electroland Ghana shop for yours and enter the ongoing Achedia promo.
TCL C6K QD Mini LED TV.
TCL, inspire greatness.
Echo. I hear say you be football encyclopedia. Name 2 countries that dominated football back to back.
Italy and Brazil, legends.
You deserve to see the ultimate football experience live and color.
Enterprise Insurance Insurna Chile promo is now bigger. Just buy or renew your motor insurance for a chance to enjoy the ultimate football experience live. Feely. Hurry now.
Enterprise Insurance, I'm on my way.
Buy or renew your motor insurance and stand a chance to enjoy an all-expense-paid ultimate football experience. Plus, you get free fuel coupons, shopping vouchers, airtime, and data bundles. Promo runs from January to May 2026. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise Insurance, trusted for 102 years since 1924. Enterprise, your advantage.
For years, you made Sultana more than just a brand. It has become a part of your home. From your kitchens to your celebrations, now it's time to give back to you. Sultana's Buy and Win promo is here. You can win cars, motorbikes, trucks, Sultana products, and many more. All you have to do is to buy a bag of Sultana rice, scratch your coupon, and you could win really big. Sultana rice, your household favorite. Win the big one.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform. This advert is FDA approved.
Hey, do they want to sack you dry? Why shall I tin way? Engagement things and kwenye. Hey, sure. They even added washing machine, fridge, flat screen TV, 65 inches and so. How do they expect you to buy all these and still take care of your family? Oh, Kwame.
Mama. And how hukra? With Access Bank's Pick Now Pay Later, we can get everything now in minutes and pay at 0% interest over the next 6 months. Eye koko kra.
Hey, sir.
Access Bank says faster is here. With a now digitized Pick Now Pay Later, life's big moments are within reach. Just click, pick, approved in minutes. For more information, call our 24-hour contact center on 0800 00 4400. Terms and conditions apply. Access Bank, more than banking.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. I know before the BBC News we're talking about the price floor and everything about petroleum and how this week it's been a back and forth. The CEO of Star Oil saying, well, if we didn't have a price floor, he probably could have reduced his, the price of fuel further, particularly during the night off-peak hours to aid the night economy. The CEO of GOIL got in and said, well, but if you want to do that, why don't you get to the floor now? It's 9 cedis 80 pesos. So reduce your fuel to that level. Don't do 9.97 and tell us you can actually do that. But in the midst of all of this, former Power Minister, Dr. Kwabena Donko, has a view on this. He thinks we have to do things right. And he's joined us on the phone to have this conversation. Dr. Kwabena Donko, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, and a wonderful morning to your listeners.
And a happy new year to you. So let's get straight to it. Now, the petroleum price floor has become a major issue over the last 24 hours. What's your take on this? Some say remove the whole pricing floor. Others say maintain it. Now, you've been in this industry. You know it very well. What's your take?
My take is that for temporal advantage, we are in danger of destroying a cardinal principle of petroleum pricing in Ghana. That is uniform petroleum price across the country. You see, like you said, I've been involved in this. Indeed, when I was chief executive of BOSS in the late 90s, I was responsible for petroleum pricing. And I've been involved since then. This country decided as a matter of national policy that petroleum prices should be same across the country, irrespective of geographical location. That is the undergirding principle of the Uniform Petroleum Pricing Fund that we contribute to in order to maintain this policy of having the same price across the country. I was also involved in deregulation. When you deregulate, that is when you need a strong regulator to put in the checks. The regulator is to protect the consumer and industry. And therefore, reducing prices, I am a consumer, and I am extremely happy that prices are coming down. But by the way, prices are coming down for two major reasons. One, rising on the international market is coming down. And two, we have a strong CD now. The combination of the two automatically results in a downward trend in pricing. However, what some OMCs are doing breaks the law, and there is a law on Uniform Petroleum Pricing Fund, and undergirding that law is that you must sell at the same price across your network.
Okay.
You can decide, if you decide to discount, you should discount across the whole network. You cannot discount on selected filling stations.
Okay, so if I get you right, you're saying the situation where we've seen some OMCs, for instance, saying that at some, of their networks, they're selling at, say, sub 10 Ghana cedis. At other areas, it's 10 point something. You say that is breaking the law?
Yes, it breaks the law.
How? How does that break the law?
It breaks both the spirit and the letter of the law.
Help us understand.
You see, the law is that you are free to set your prices. For example, the floor price for petrol, as said by NPA, is 9 cedis, 80 pesos. The floor price for diesel is 10 cedis, 47 pesos per liter. You are free to sell at that price, or even if you want to sell below that, with the permission of the regulator, you are free to do that. But it must be across all your filling stations, not some. You can do promotion to attract more customers. For example, the Novel breakfast offering is promotion. That does not affect the pricing. So if you choose to do breakfast at your filling stations, free breakfast, and for that reason people go to buy more products there, that is fine. You are not breaking the law. But discriminating in pricing across filling stations in your network is breaking the law. We must be very conscious of protecting the national interest. You see, in this country, if you take cement, the poorer section of the country, the geographical poorer section is the northern section. They pay more for cement than the richer section, which is the southern section, because of geography, transportation. It is to avoid this that the uniform petroleum pricing policy is in place, that irrespective of where you are in Ghana, you buy petrol at the same price. However, with deregulation, we say OMCs can fix their prices within a reasonable margin. And so, if an OMC chooses to fix a price at, say, 9.70, that price must be across all their network, across all filling stations, not some filling stations. And I'm therefore calling on the regulator to enforce the law. Other than that, this marketing gimmick in no time will result in different pricing across the country, based on geography.
So I look at the petroleum product pricing guidelines, and the point you make is in point 10 that says OMCs and LPGMCs shall ensure that all retail outlets operating under their sponsorship always have a uniform ex-pump price, and that these prices are the same as those that have been communicated to the NPA. Point 11 says, point 10 above notwithstanding, a retail outlet may offer discounts to consumers. The discounted price shall not be below the prevailing S-pump price floor set by the authority at any point. So, point 11 says...
The discount itself, you see, NPA cannot change by guidelines what is national policy. Let's get that right. You cannot use guidelines to change regulation. You cannot use guidelines to change policy. If you are discounting, you must discount across your network. That is the fundamental principle.
Yes, but while you call for stronger regulation, these guidelines issued in August 2024 says, in exercise of the power conferred on the NPA by the NPA Act 2005, Act 691, to regulate, oversee and monitor activities in the petroleum downstream industry in Ghana, these guidelines have been developed for petroleum service providers operating in the industry. These guidelines may be cited as the Petroleum Products Pricing Guidelines 2024, and the purpose of these guidelines is to ensure transparency and order in the pricing of petroleum products and to promote fair competition amongst PSPs.
Yes, what does the regulation on the Uniform Petroleum Pricing Fund say? The regulation, and remember, there's a hierarchy of laws.
Sure.
The Constitution, Statutory Acts, subsidiary legislation, which are regulations, and then guidelines and other directives. The position is that you can discount, but you cannot discount to distort pricing in your network. And that is where the regulator must come in. If you are discounting across your network, Kwabena Donko has no issue with that. But when you are discounting to distort pricing within the network, you pick and choose where prices should be lower and why prices should be at the general level. That is not right. That is against the national interest. That is against the Uniform Petroleum Pricing Policy, which the fund seeks to support.
Okay, so based on your understanding of the laws, you say what say GOIL is done is against the law.
Yes, and indeed, GOIL itself says it's only reacting to what Star has been allowed to do. They are both indigenous companies. We must not allow them to distort not just the market but the law. If you want to give discounts, please feel free, but it should be across all your filling stations.
Mr. Kwamina Donko, this is Kojo Akoto Boateng here. So I'm looking at the petroleum pricing formula, the price build-up. And we have UPPF, which is the Unified Petroleum Price Fund, which ensures that products reach consumers wherever they live in Ghana efficiently. You mentioned that earlier, so that we have same prices across the country, so people in the north don't lose out. And then we have the dealers' margins and all those things. So in the case where a dealer's operations are so optimized and effective and they can drop their margins to offer their consumers more value, should that be a problem? That's number one. Number two, we're also talking about price competition. We are talking about consumers getting more benefits, and we're also talking about businesses now becoming too efficient. So there are people who are saying we should rather be talking about a price ceiling, not a price floor, so that we force the businesses to be as efficient as possible to offer more value to consumers.
I don't buy that argument. If you allow that, invariably, the volumes are in the south. Therefore, the competition, the discounts will largely be in the south. And the northern part of the country, where volumes are relatively lower, will not enjoy those discounts.
But UPPF has not been removed, and that is what ensures that we take care of all these transportation issues and all this extra stress that will not encourage dealers to go to the north. It's still there.
You see, the only reason that we have UPPF is to have uniform pricing across the country. The difference, what will make the difference is geography, location. And so UPPF takes care of the geographical differential, the differential that are arisen out of geography, out of your location. So once that is taken care of, there is no reason for you to sell at a lower price in a particular filling station than another filling station in your network.
Okay.
That is almost sanctimonious, but you must sell at the same price across your filling stations.
Great. Now, talking about regulations and all, I look at the NPA Act, Section 80 regulations. It says the authority may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to prescribe the criteria and determinants for formulation by the board of the prescribed petroleum pricing formula. But it also says it can provide guidelines for marketing operations and fair competition in the petroleum downstream industry.
You see, guidelines are to further explain regulations.
Yes.
Just as regulations are to further regulations are underpinned by an act to further expand the act.
Mm-hmm.
That is the hierarchy, and that is important. And law is informed by national policy. And in the policy arena, we have decided as a country that we must sell petroleum at the same price across the length and breadth of the country, from Sampa to Aflao, from Hamile to Accra,
yes,
we must sell at the same price. If an OMC, and remember the dealer's margin is fixed by each OMC. The dealer's margin is fixed by each OMC.
Mm-hmm.
So if an OMC force is so efficient and that it's reducing its dealer's margin and other margins that they have the power to fix, that it should be across the whole network. And the benefit of their efficiency should be enjoyed by all consumers, not selected consumers.
Okay. So you're saying the regulator should enforce the law and ensure that the right things are done.
Absolutely.
Now, before you continue, that same regulator seems to disagree with you when it says in point 11 of the Petroleum Product Pricing Guidelines that notwithstanding point 10 above, a retail outlet may offer discounts to consumers. However, the discounted price shall not be below the prevailing ex-pump price floor set by the authority at any point.
No, it doesn't disagree with me. I recognize that an OMC may offer discounts. That is not the point of contention. The point of contention is that this discount must be across the whole network, not at selected filling stations.
Great. But you see, what you say, point 10 is where it says OMCs and LPGMCs shall ensure that all retail outlets, all operating under the sponsorship, always have a uniform ex-pump price and that these prices are the same as those that have been communicated to the NPA. Then 11 says, point 10 above notwithstanding, a retail outlet, which means, for instance, if you pick, say, Goil or Star Oil, and I have lots of retail outlets, I could just decide that one of them says a retail outlet may offer discounts to consumers. The discounted price shall not be below the prevailing ex-pump price floor set by the authority at any point in time. Dr. Kwabena Donkor.
You see, once you go on that route, you are contravening the essence, the spirit, and the letter of the Uniform Petroleum Pricing Policy.
Okay. Now, before you go finally, that point well made, but before you go finally, there are those who say NPA should remove the price floor. Do you agree?
It will not be protecting even the industry from itself. When you do that, these are marketing gimmicks. When you do that, you create a situation where suddenly one or two OMCs become so dominant that whenever they decide to change their practice, it will impact negatively on the consumer. Right now, the consumer is being courted. And it's like a gentleman courting a lady. After the courting phase, there will be reality.
Okay.
That we are not recovering costs, and so we want higher prices.
Dr. Kwabena Donkor, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We're grateful.
Thank you.
Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. We just had a conversation with former Power Minister Dr. Kwabena Donkor. But you can definitely tell us what your thoughts are. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS on Facebook, and then on WhatsApp 055-111-11997. But you've heard the news, and there's still time to win big. The SG Ghana festive cashback promo is still ongoing. Do not miss the chance to win back the money you spent shopping this festive season. So between now and the 31st of January 2026, use your SG Ghana Visa card for all your transactions. Make at least 5 transactions totaling 2,000 Ghana cedis and more, and stand the chance of winning your share of the 120,000 in the grand draw. The more transactions you make, the better your chances of winning. SG Ghana Visa Festive Cashback Promo. Spend now, smile later. For inquiries, call 0302-214-314. Terms and conditions have apply. This promo is regulated by NLA on the Critters Lottery platform. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
So do we need a price floor or price ceiling? You can let us know. 055-11-11997. We'll be happy to read your messages here. The price floor basically protects producers and sellers. That's the OMCs. The price ceiling, the argument is that would rather protect consumers. What do you think we should do? 055-11-11997. Now, something big is coming on the 21st of February 2026. Omni Basic Bank is bringing something big. Remember, Omni Basic Bank is not just another bank.
Great. Now, there's another warning sign of an LPG leakage, which is a loud or faint hissing sound near the cylinder hose or the regulator. Never ignore it. Open doors and windows immediately. So another warning sign of an LPG leakage is a loud or faint hissing sound near the cylinder, hose or the regulator. Never ignore it. Open doors and windows immediately. Stay safe with Comac.
Now, let's talk about water tanks. Do you know the secret to real water storage? If you didn't know the secret, now let me tell you. It's Syntex. Syntex tank. It is strong, it's durable, and it's built to handle our Ghanaian weather, rain or shine. So get Syntex tanks for your homes, for your offices, for your factories, and enjoy reliable water storage. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's tough like a tortoise. Call them on 0244-335-168 to buy now, or find one of their 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, are strong, are tough.
Well, let me tell you about Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices. Because they've introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free. They will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time, offering free delivery within Accra and Tema, and they accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions have apply at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And let me tell you about Heritage Christian University. It's in Amasaman here in Accra. If you have a dream but you're not sure where to start, you need to start at Heritage Christian University. It helps you grow your dream while pursuing your degree. And their scholar practitioner faculty will give you the opportunity and guide you to solve real-world challenges. Whether your passion lies in business, computing, health, psychology, media, or theology, HCU provides the path for you. Experience a university education that challenges you to dream, pursue, and achieve. HCU is a chartered university and accredited by GTech. So begin your journey with us in January 2026. Call 0547-777731. That's 0547-777731 or 0202-298399. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders.
So, research has shown that lack of rest makes people 60% more reactive to negative emotions the following day, heightening irritability and stress levels. The truth is, adequate rest is about more than just how long you sleep. It's about what you sleep on, okay? Not every new mattress guarantees good rest. What matters is choosing the right one for your age, sleeping posture, and body type. And that's why Latest Foam, the 6-time Best Buy Award winner for Best Value for Money and winner of the Super Brand Ghana's Choice Award, brings you 56 years of knowing what's best for you and your back. From pocketed spring mattresses to orthopedic and high-density foam mattresses, there's a Latest Foam that's just right for you. Shop now on our new interactive website at latestfoamghana.com or visit Latest Foam showrooms nationwide to speak to a comfort expert. Latest Foam, your partner for life.
And if you are planning a trip abroad, don't wait until you are stranded in a foreign country. Get covered with Glyco travel insurance before you fly. From medical emergencies and flight delays to lost luggage, Glyco has you covered every step of the way. So visit any Glyco Live branch or call 0555 305 547. Travel smart, travel protected. Glyco, we cushion you for life.
Now, have you heard about the incredible benefits of Exilium from Total Energies? Well, let me tell you more about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. Exilium new formula, the additive enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action, cleans your engine, extends its life, and lowers your fuel consumption. Thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear, and detergent additives, Exilium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Charlie, you will drive, sir. Experience the difference with Total Energies Exilium new formula. Choose Exilium. Choose quality.
And imagine hitting the road with total peace of mind. Yes, that's the Sempa Super promo with Imperial General Assurance. It's packed with goodies. And so from now till the 30th of April, when you insure or renew your motor policy, you are not just protecting your car and yourself. You stand a chance to win instant rewards that make every drive feel like a celebration. Here is what is waiting for you with Imperial General Assurance. Free fuel and EV charging coupons to keep you moving. Free vehicle diagnosis at accredited garages, a 1-year life insurance cover for extra protection, and branded souvenirs, umbrellas, tissue boxes, and more. So call them 0577 667 436. Speak to your broker or visit any Imperial General Assurance agent nationwide. Insure, drive, and win big with Imperial. Follow them on social media for all updates. T's and C's apply. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
And you know what? Access Bank rewarding our customers is at what we do. And that's why we've introduced Rewards by Access, a loyalty program designed to add value to your everyday banking experience. So whether you're shopping, traveling, or handling business expenses, every transaction you make with your Access card brings you closer to exclusive benefits, premium privileges, and personalized rewards, all tailored to suit your lifestyle. Points earned through your card transactions can be redeemed seamlessly at any of our merchant partners nationwide, making your spending go even further. So whether you're a frequent flyer, a regular shopper, managing daily, family, personal, or business needs, Rewards by Access ensures you get more from every spend. Use your Access card today and enjoy a rewarding banking experience only with Access Bank. Visit loyaltyrewards.ghana.accessbankplc.com or call our toll-free line 0800 004400 for more details. Access Bank, more than banking.
You know, Kofi, in this whole conversation about price floor, price ceiling, there's something we need to also think about as a country.
Mm-hmm.
What is our national strategic petroleum reserve? What quantities of petroleum do we have stored such that in the event of any global crisis, we will not have any major price fluctuations that will kill the consumer? Do we have enough petroleum stored for 90 days?
Good question.
120 days? 160 days? 180 days? What is our strategic national reserve?
Good question. We'll find out shortly. But Ghana, listen up. If you're serious about starting 2026 right, then Joy FM has something big for you.
Big
Joy FM
big
workout happening Saturday, January 31st. And we're starting at 6 a.m. sharp at the University of Ghana Stadium. We're walking through East Legon, coming back to the stadium and turning up the energy with non-stop aerobics, music, games, and that unbeatable Joy FM atmosphere. No pressure.
No pressure.
All fitness levels welcome.
Bam.
So whether you're just starting out or you're already active like I am, this is one for you. So call your friends, charge your energy, lace up those sneakers, and pull up. January 31st, 6 a.m. University of Ghana Stadium. This is not just a workout, it's a movement. The Joy FM big workout, new year, renewed.
Say kutu, say bam.
Stay with us, we return with birthdays, sports here on the Super Morning Show.
Momo. It has made life happen in lots of good ways.
Mr. Kwanzaa, Minsaka insurance claim no.
It has put together beautiful weddings. It has filled the bellies of boys at their favorite watchy joint.
My guy, stop. Who they chop cancel these days?
It has made millions of businesses possible.
Minsaka no. We are back in business.
With just a few taps, money moves faster, easier, and safer. Momo understands the weight of your trust in us. We continuously enhance security with features like self-paying reset to help you protect your money. Momo will only call you with 0244 300,000. No MTN or Momo staff will call or ask for your PIN or one-time password. Do not transfer funds to anyone whose identity you have not verified. Do not approve any prompts you have not initiated. Momo, still Wunsaka.
Ever wondered what else your Standard Chartered Visa card can do? It is not just for taking money from ATMs. Your Standard Chartered Visa card is the enjoyment card. Use it to shop at malls and supermarkets and for all your online transactions. Book and pay for that overdue vacation online and win fantastic rewards like airtime, Melcon gift vouchers, and a weekend stay at a plush hotel and many more. It is the enjoyment card. So next time you're about to make any payment, let your Standard Chartered Visa card lead the way, not cash. It is your gateway to secure, convenient, and rewarding payments. Visit the 360 Rewards website for more information. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold, and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
At 18, Mr. Mensah got his first student mattress. It was hard and unyielding, just what he thought he needed. At 46, he chose a mattress that was too soft and did not provide him adequate support. Now at 66, when you hear Mr. Mensah coming, he groans and croaks. Now he needs a chiropractor. The choices you make catch up with you. Talk to a comfort expert at Latex Foam to help you choose from pocketed spring mattresses to orthopedic and high-density foam mattresses tailored for your age, posture, and body type. And now, Latex Foam is even more. From home to office furniture that has your back, Latex Foam has a range of durable products that give you total comfort for a healthier life. View our full product range on our new interactive website at latexfoamghana.com or visit Latex Foam showrooms nationwide to speak to a comfort expert. Latex Foam, your partner for life.
Welcome back. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN. Everywhere you go, and Bank of Africa BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group,
as close as a partner.
And we'll bring you the birthday messages shortly, which means we can get into the Sports Center now. And it's proudly brought to us by
MTN.
Switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go SIMless today. Standard Chartered Bank,
here for good.
FPAC blows your pain away, and DSTV, your home of entertainment.
And whatever you are dreaming of, make sure that you are financially stable and you have some financial freedom. And Standard Chartered is here to help you do that. Speak to our experts at Standard Chartered Wealth Management today and take the first step toward making your dreams a reality. At Standard Chartered, we help you explore a range of wealth management and investment options to support your 2026 financial ambitions. So let's have a discussion on wealth management and investment options to build you a strong and diversified portfolio, okay? So call us on 020-202-7682, 020-222-0499, email info@scwealthmanagement.com, or visit us at the 4th floor of Standard Chartered Opevia branch or any of the Standard Chartered branches nationwide. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Now, if you're a business owner, then please write this number down and dial *5060#, because that is what will connect you to MTN Business Eye. And what that means is that, look, you can monitor your business 24/7.
Clear.
Real-time alerts, two-way audio, and reliable backup, all at affordable rates. Okay, it's powered by Wi-Fi, SIM connectivity, cloud storage, solar energy. So your security never sleeps, even when the lights go out. Oh boy. star 5060 hash today and keep your business inside always with MTNI. MTN is everywhere you go. Aju.
Winston and Kojo, good morning to you and to everyone. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center. My name is Victor Achuta-Maklu. Let's start from Dakar. A beautiful welcome party for Senegal's national team that arrived to a hero's welcome at the Dakar International Airport late on Monday after winning their African Cup of Nations, the second in 5 years. Of course, they had to beat host Morocco by a 0-0 in a chaotic final on Sunday where there were disturbances between the supporters and some security officials. Senegal threatened to walk off. They did, but ultimately came back to finish that match. Well, that chaos has since been condemned by CAF and by FIFA President Gianni Infantino. The Italian has called on the continent football governing body CAF to take appropriate measures over the ugly scenes. There's more in these reports.
Infantino criticized Senegal's coaches, players and sections of the crowd for their conduct at the end of regulation time against host Morocco, calling it astonishing for a major international final. CAF also condemned the scenes as unacceptable, confirming it is reviewing all available footage and will refer the matter to the appropriate disciplinary bodies. That response has not satisfied the Moroccan Football Federation. Still reeling from the loss, Morocco has taken the unusual step of seeking legal action. The federation announced it will pursue the matter with both CAF and FIFA after Senegalese players walked off the pitch in protest, triggering a 15-minute stoppage in a match Senegal later won 1-0 after extra time. Senegal coach Papi Thiaw and his squad now face possible heavy sanctions for leaving the field when Morocco were awarded a stoppage time penalty, which was ultimately missed. It remains unclear whether any punishment will be limited to African competitions or extended to FIFA tournaments, including the World Cup, which begins in 6 months.
Well, that was Ademu Benin Abdul Karim's report. Well, after that chaos, the incidents that happened have brought into sharp focus Morocco's growing influence on African football. Here's a justification by CAF President Patrice Motsepe.
I ask in CAF, we've got futsal. I open a bid for 6 months and nobody submits an offer because they lose money. I open a bid for the Women's Champions League. Nobody puts a bid because they lose money. Then what happens? Morocco comes and says, I'll help you. And sometimes another country comes and says, I will help you. And what that leads to is that we've got lots of competitions where it's often the same countries. And partly it's because the others don't, the government say, but we don't have the money, we don't have the resources. And we have to move on and develop African football and encourage those others as well to build their infrastructure, because we'll get there when there'll be more and more countries bidding.
More on the AFCON and former sports minister Edwin Nilante van der Poel. He has lauded Ghanaian referee Daniel Lai for his outstanding performance at the just ended African Cup of Nations. He became the center of attention during the semi-final clash between Nigeria and host nation Morocco. But his performances has won him many admirers, including Edwin Nilante van der Poel.
I'm so proud as a Ghanaian because one Ghanaian in the middle there distinguished himself so well. The referee was excellent. Excellent, and I'm sure FIFA will be considering him for the World Cup. Of all the matches that I've watched in the Cup of Nations, I can tell you, not because I am biased as a Ghanaian, he's the best. He's the best. His composure, his positioning. Refereeing is all about positioning. Positioning yourself on the pitch in such a way that you will be able to see all the angles of the game. I will give him 95%. And that is what, to me as a Ghanaian, even though we are not playing the Cup of Nations, I'm happy that Ghanaians were winners through the referee.
Well, Ghana indeed were not at the African Cup of Nations. But one tournament that we're certain to be part of, it's the FIFA World Cup that starts in June this year in the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico. And if you're looking to be part of that experience, then you need to speak to Latina Travels for your match tickets, visa, and every other need associated with the World Cup. So they've got excellent packages that include visa to watch Ghana's 3 group stage matches, 3 official match tickets for the 3 games, return charter flights, top-class hotel accommodation, travel insurance, and exclusive access to business networking events across all 3 host nations. Look, this year, we will not entertain any reports about potentially being scammed or someone defrauding you on some of these needs, and that's why we're recommending Latina Travels to you. Call them on 0244-260-789 today, or walk into the office at Alisa Hotel Northridge and secure your spots on this once-in-a-lifetime journey to football hooliganism now, this time in the Ghana Women's Premier League.
That's life. We are all playing.
Look, the match between Ampim Dakwa ladies and Savannah ladies on Sunday, January 18, descended into violence when referee Lavia Buidua Dodo was brutally assaulted by angry supporters. Bufta Nabila Abdullah has more.
Reports and video footage, just as you have seen, from the event showed angry fans storming the field, leading to confrontation involving referees, players, and spectators. Referee Lavia Buidua Dodo was assaulted during the chaos and sustained injuries as attempts were made to escort her to safety. And you can even see that some of the injuries she suffered were head injuries. Players of Savannah ladies were also targeted in the process, which led to the injury of one player. The incident raised serious concerns about security arrangements at Women's Premier League matches, particularly the safety of match officials. Despite the growing profile of women's game in the country, recurring issues surrounding poor crowd control and inadequate protection continue to threaten its progress. The violent scenes from Techiman have triggered widespread condemnation from football stakeholders and fans, many of whom have renewed calls for better treatment, investment, and protection for football in the country. The Ghana Football Association, as we know, they are likely to take action against their club, especially Ampim Dakwa ladies, for what we've witnessed or what we are just saying.
That was Muftar Nabila Abdullah with that report. In the men's game, Hatzabuk head coach D. Dramani has conceded he must do with after the club could not make any signing in the just ended mid-season transfer window. The club is under a transfer ban for owing former technical director Rene Hiddink and another for player Francis Ajeti.
Whether I'm disappointed or not, that is the reality, and so we didn't do any addition, so we have to be contented with what we have. Yeah, I think that we have a depletion of our especially offensive players, and so we have to do a makeshift injuries, sicknesses, and then accumulation of cards, Esubontin, Wayo. But I don't have to speak about this. I always have to be contented with what is available, and what we presented was what was available, and we only try to manipulate and manage with the available materials.
That was the Dramani. He's the Hatzabuk head coach. The Phobians are 5th on the league table with 32 points after 19 games, 8 points behind league leaders Mediama SC. Hatzabuk's rivals Kumasi Asante Kotoko, the duo of Abdul Karim Zito and Prince Yao Owusu, who are head coach and assistants respectively. They've been charged by the disciplinary committee of the GFA following their game against Bebieni Gold Stars. Zito and Owusu are said to have breached Article 12, Section 1, Subsection I of the disciplinary code. The actions, the GFA says, came over the weekend in the stalemate against the reigning Premier League champions, and they are said to have exhibited unsporting behavior towards the match officials on the day as the Porcupine Warriors draw points in that game. In England, Man City have completed the signing of defender Maguire from Crystal Palace in a deal worth an initial £20 million. An injury crisis at centre half has prompted City to sue for the Palace captain who was out of contract or who will be out of contract at the end of this season, and he was close to joining Liverpool on deadline day last summer for £35 million. But of course that deal fell through. We can quickly hear from the former Crystal Palace centre back.
It was such an honour, such a big club to come and play for this club, and I think for me, I've always just been obsessed with getting better and wanting to improve. That's something that I'm constantly striving for, and I think this is the perfect place for me to do that. You know, the environment. I've heard so much about the club and the fans. The players speak for themselves, the manager. So it's definitely the right environment for me to improve and just get better. And hopefully I can bring what I have to the table to help every single person here too.
Later tonight, the UEFA Champions League return, and there's live commentary on Hits 103.9 FM as we bring you Inter Milan versus Arsenal. But Man City will also be in action. They are on the road to Bodø/Glimt in Norway, and City boss Pep Guardiola has got concerns.
Listen, when you play a performance at United, it's like the feel as a team like we aren't ready. When you play the many things we have done this season, it's we are ready. And every team, every game you play that we are ready, we can do it and everything, because what they have done in Newcastle, winning there against that team, that means that we are ready. It's 3 days we are not. And this inconsistency, it's normal. The normal for the fact that we have, like last season, 9 injuries in that moment, but today 11 absence. And when you have a lot of players that not even 1 year here, you need a little bit time, to settle a lot of things.
The game is at 5:45. Later at 8 p.m, Arsenal will take on Inter Milan. And ahead of the game, Victor Gyökeres has been speaking quite a bit. Real Madrid also will take on AS Monaco at 8 p.m. and Tottenham will play Borussia Dortmund, ending the Joy Sports Center.
Thank you very much, Achu Tamakolo, which means we can bring you the Business Minute brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts. The Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies is set to hold an emergency meeting tomorrow to resolve going disagreements over the fuel price floor policy. The meeting follows a debate among members over whether the policy should be maintained or abolished. The International Monetary Fund says it will review Ghana's debt classification by April this year. This comes after the fund earlier ranked Ghana as being at high risk of debt distress, despite progress made in restructuring debts. First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Zachary Mumuni, has projected a stronger cedi this year. He attributes this to recent economic reforms and a solid reserve position of nearly $14 billion. And US President Donald Trump has vowed to fully enforce tariffs against European countries opposing his call for the US to take control of Greenland. And that's the Joy Business Minute brought to you by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
Welcome back from the Business Minute, and thank you very much for staying with us. Let's get interactive this morning. So where do you stand when it comes to the war on the price floor?
Is it
removal?
A war? Is it a war already?
It looks like. It feels like one, doesn't it? And so where do you stand? You want it removed?
More of a banter now.
Well, get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 05511119997. Social media messages on the Super Morning Show brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
And the EcoBank 5-star enjoyment promo is still running. Last week they had the promo in Kaswa. And people won money, they took their money.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
I saw photos and videos. Not many bro. But remember, with him, bro, you can also be a part of the 5-star enjoyment promo. You simply deposit in multiples of 400 Ghana cedis, or you take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis to build your points and enter a draw for a chance to win your share of 1.5 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes, including 1-year insurance cover, gift vouchers, and multiples of 10,000 Ghana cedis. And there is more. Customers who transact with their EcoBank card or use the digital platforms enjoy up to 15% discount on rides, experiences, events, and more. So don't miss out. Tap into the vibes and be one of the 10,000 lucky winners in the EcoBank 5-star enjoyment promo. Deposit more, enjoy more. Promo runs till the 31st of this month, 2026. T's and C's apply, and EcoBank will never ask you for your PIN or your password. When in doubt, call 0800 003225 for assistance. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
And on big stories this morning, brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies, Lancaster University, Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Republic Bank, where the one for you. We're also going to have a conversation about land.
Yeah.
That how come 98% of lands in this country cannot be registered? And that certainly means that your land could be a subject of dispute.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's that possible, and what is the remedy?
And
is a conversation we're going to be having here on the Super Morning
And
Show.
if you think about how historically we've spent a lot of money on land administration and this persists, it also brings to for the fact that maybe the people we've designated to deal with these issues have not been up to the task in delivering as promised. And I'm actually looking at the NDC manifesto for 2024. And they say specific things about lands. It would be interesting to know from the Minister of Lands where we are on these things. For example, they say that the NDC will roll out a big push for national infrastructure, and they will embark on a $10 billion accelerated infrastructure plan. Now, let me go to the specifics on the land. They said they will promote, are you listening, Winston? Comprehensive reforms for equitable, efficient, and transparent land management and use by reviewing the 1999 National Land Policy and establish a presidential commission to develop policies for affordable access to land and resources for infrastructure projects. We've cleared the first year. Where is the presidential commission on lands? They also wanted to establish related continuously operating reference stations for use by all land-related spatial and geographic information decision makers, service providers, and other users. They said they will develop a comprehensive national land information database of customary landowners. Has this started? Where are we with that? They said they will establish viable self-financing and electronic system-based customary land secretariats under the administration of trained professionals and competent staff. These are just 4 of the things I've mentioned, though. They mentioned about 11 things. Should I go on?
Go on.
May I?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. They said they will facilitate the compulsory survey and registration of all unregistered customary lands. They will resolve the vexed issue of expropriated Dangbe lands by setting up a presidential commission of inquiry to investigate conflicting judgments of our superior courts of coordinate jurisdiction over Ghana lands that have resulted in overlapping and boundaries plotted at the Lands Commission. Now, they said they will ensure the effective implementation of Citizen Service Delivery Charter for registration of title to land within 30 working days. Should I repeat that?
Go ahead, yes.
The NDC said they will ensure the effective implementation of Citizens Service Delivery Charter for registration of title to land within 30 working days and registration of transfer, assignment, and mortgage within 20 working days in the Greater Accra region. They said they will review the policy of allocation of state and vested lands at below market prices, consider new management arrangements with original landowners and unauthorized occupants on state-acquired land and vested lands on a case-by-case basis, promote the establishment of licensed and unarmed land security firms, so no more land guards, licensed and unarmed land security firms, safeguard the land right of women and youth and promote their access to land, monitor and curb corruption in land acquisition for both domestic and commercial purposes and large-scale land transactions. These were things that the NDC puts in their manifesto. And last but one, encourage the MMDAs and the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority to partner the Ghana Institute of Planners, Licensed Surveyors, and Ghana Institute of Surveyors in the preparation of planning schemes and surveying services at negotiated concessionary rates. And finally, mandate all government institutions and organizations to survey, register, and secure state-acquired and occupied lands under them to prevent encroachment.
Great. So, a lot of things the NDC plan to do.
Their 2024 manifesto.
Yeah. Some in 30 working days. We've gone past that.
No, the 30 working days is for them to establish a system where if Winston Amoah wants to get a title to his land, within 30 days he should get it. If you want to transfer or reassign your land, within 20 days it should be done. Where are we with all these promises?
The Lands Minister has questions to answer.
Yes.
Feels like the lands minister has only been concerned about the fight against illegal mining.
Yes.
He has more areas to focus on.
And that one, are we seeing top?
We're not.
With Bui under siege and
no, we're not.
And look, this is this is at the heart of our national development, this land matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're going to farm, you need land. Build factories, you need land.
Everything you need land.
Roads, infrastructure, housing. This is at the heart of the whole thing.
Anyway, today's the birthday of Michael Korte, who's son of Professor Peter Korte. So happy birthday to you, Michael, from your father, Professor Peter Korte. This one says, kindly wish my son, Timothy Kosigoba of Kahohuanu Gallery, Accra, happy birthday. Today, Tuesday, January 20th, is his birthday. He will walk through the valley of the shadow of death. He will fear no evil. As from your father, Timothy Kokugoba, mother and siblings. Now, this one says, I'd like to wish a blessed 80th birthday to my mother-in-law. That's Madam Comforter Fari, who's mother of my wife, Joyce Ejapon Magbena, of the GRA Medina office. May she continue to be a blessing to all her children, grandchildren, as well as her in-laws who are proud of her. And Papa Kwam, your mother Gifty, says that we request a song for you and that may God order your steps.
And belated birthday wishes to Alexander Kafui Azasu, Managing Director of Mark Project. You are the love of my life, my best friend and soulmate. Growing old with you is the sweetest adventure. From your lovely wife, Betha Efriye Donko of Bank of Africa, and your adorable children. And happy birthday to Araba Ganaba Ishen, from all of us to you. To Morris Kwanzaa of Graphic Communications Group.
Oh, Morris.
Yes, International Morris Kwanzaa. Happy birthday to you. And to DJ Bore Reynolds Apia. He's one of the people who taught me how to DJ in the year 2004.
He taught DJ Agric
at Focus FM.
Anyway.
In Kumasi. And happy birthday to Lexi the comic. Today is his birthday as well. Happy birthday to you, Lexi.
Okay, which means we can get onto the phone lines now, because we've been talking about, we've been talking about lands and everything, how some 98% of lands can't be registered. Well, this morning, this is because of a statement made by Justice of the Court of Appeal, Justice Alexander Osei-Tutu, who's joined us on the phone when Justice Alexander Osei-Tutu, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Great. So, we're looking at the story on the front page of the Daily Graphic. The story that says that over 98% of lands in the country cannot be registered with a title, and the situation makes it extremely difficult for purchasers to properly secure such lands, leaving them vulnerable in land disputes. And a Justice of the Court of Appeal made that session explain that only the Greater Accra region, some parts of Kumasi, Kaswa, and its environs had been declared as registration districts. Help us understand what the challenge is. Why can't over 98% of lands be registered?
All right. Thank you very much. Let me put this in context.
Please do.
I never said they cannot be registered, but they can title cannot. They can't register their title.
Okay.
This means that I'll have to go back to history.
Please do.
Yes. In 1962, we had the law, the Land Registry Act, Act 122, where people were expected to register their land. But what happened was that you register any document you have in relation to land. So it was more like document registration. The lawyers call it instrument. But that did not guarantee ownership of the land.
Okay.
So you can register your land, but if tomorrow there's an issue in respect of the land and it goes to court, it does not mean you are the owner. So also, if somebody wants to buy the land, the state cannot vouch that, because they have registered the land for the person, you can go ahead and buy the land because the title is good. So in 1986, PNDC Law 152 was enacted, purposely to ensure that Ghanaians will be able to register their title. This time they were shifting from registration of mere documents in respect of land to title, so that once they register you, then the state would have guaranteed that you are the true owner of the land.
Okay.
Okay. And what the law said was that it was for the Minister of Land to create registration districts, so that any place they designate as a registration district, then title could be registered. And until a place is registered as a registration district, it will continue to register the deed, the old one, which the state did not guarantee the title.
Okay.
All right. So from 86, the minister has been able to declare the whole of the Greater Accra region as a registration district.
Okay.
And some parts of Kumasi and also Kasua. So these are the three areas that are registered. And if you look at the size of the land, Ghana has a land size of about 238,000, a little about 238,000. And the Greater Accra region is about 3,400.
Yes.
Which constitutes just 1.4% of Ghana's land size. So if you put the part of Kumasi, even the whole Ashanti region is 24,000 square kilometers. So if you put the part of Kumasi and Kasua that have been declared as registration district together, you not even get 1% of the total land size of Ghana. So these are the three areas. So you put them together, you get about 1.55% of Ghana's land size.
Okay.
So apart from these three areas, all other parts of the country, if you want to register your title, you cannot do it. You can only register your documents, which the state says it cannot guarantee your title. I don't know whether.
So help us understand, when you say the state cannot guarantee your title.
Title simply means ownership.
Okay, so the state cannot guarantee your ownership if you don't have a title.
That the documents you are holding are genuine.
Okay, however, the state cannot guarantee ownership of the land.
But with the registration district, before the state issues the land title certificate to you, there are certain things it will do, like ensuring that the land, they use a cadastral in terms of survey, they will use a cadastral which is more accurate as compared to the old system where anybody can just pick a document and say that I'm coming to register. And if you go to the villages, they will just use, let's say, trees and streams. That my land starts from this Odun tree to that. So at the end of the day, you see that the land is not accurately described. So if you go, the state will register for you, all right. But if somebody wants to buy the land and wants to find out whether you are the true owner, the state says no. You just brought your papers and we register for you. But we cannot tell whether you are the true owner or not. Or if there should be a litigation and it goes to court, the mere fact that you've registered the land does not mean that you are the owner. So in effect, the Land Commission only becomes as a registration entity where they just register people's land for them. But with the title registration, before they register, it will go through a lot of processes. It will be published in the papers for anybody who has an interest to come for it to be resolved. So it is more like the state is saying that for this one we can vouch. And if you look at the law, Section 119 of the Lands Act, it says that if your land is registered under the title registry, you will get an indefeasible title, meaning that your title cannot be impeached or attacked. But that is not so in respect of the other registration across the country.
I'm just curious.
Yes,
You've
and
talked
my
about
worry is that this law has been in effect for 40 good years, and only 3 places, 1986. And if for 40 good years we've not gone even beyond 2%, then you see that it's a serious thing that we need to talk about.
Yes. What's causing the delay? Why are we not having to be able to go, to register titles in the whole country?
I think one is logistics. The Lands Commission will have to get officers and competent people to man the offices. That is one. And 2, education. And 3, lack of the political will. It's like it will take a lot. It will demand some substantial stamp. And I believe that if we have started, we as a nation, we say that we want to get the whole country registered under title registry for 10 years. We can decide that 1 year we tackle a particular region, the following year, and by then, now we have 16 regions. At most 16 years, we would have finished with the registration, the entire country. But here's the case where 40 good years, we have not gone, we are just 1.55%, less than 2%. So if we are to go at that same pace, how many years do you think we can use to get the whole country covered under the title registry?
And this, you say, affects even owners of these lands in land disputes?
Yes, because if somebody is in Takrade and he thinks he has registered his land and there's a dispute, it goes to court and the court says that, no, your title is not state guaranteed. At the end of the day, judgment is given against the person. You will not understand. You will think, I have all my documents, all these for 20, 30, 40 years. What is the court saying? So it's creating a lot of misunderstanding and disputes. And I think it's about time we talk about them and resolve them so that the litigation, you know that in this country, about 60 to 70% of the civil cases are land cases.
Yeah.
So if we attend to them and resolve them, I believe it will drastically reduce the litigations in our courtroom.
Let me just get this clarification. I mean, as a justice of the Court of Appeal, your understanding is that if we were to do this, it would actually help deal with a lot of the land disputes?
Exactly so.
Justice Alexander Osei-Tutu, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning.
You're welcome.
Great. So, Kojo, there you have it. Justice Alexander Osei-Tutu helping us understand that you cannot get titles to your land unless you are in the Greater Accra, parts of Kaswa, and parts of Kumasi.
And it's worrying. It's worrying. Very, very, very alarming. But I'm also happy that in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, they said they were going to solve all this. So it would be great to hear from the Minister of Local Government, Minister of Lands.
Yeah.
And even the Minister of Local Government, because some of the work will also be done by the local government, the assemblies, where we are with that manifesto promise to the good people of the Republic of Ghana. Because if you look at the promises, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 items, and promoting comprehensive reforms for equitable, efficient, and transparent land management and use. If you look at the 15 items under that, they are very well thought through, and I believe that if they are implemented, we should get something. So where are we with this? Minister of Lands,
good question.
Where are we with the manifesto promises, the 15 items on land use, land management, and the comprehensive reforms.
Emmanuel Amakofibua has questions to answer, and we need to get him into the studio one of these days to tell us where we are on all these issues. But Kojo, while some see challenges, we see opportunities. Where others spot risk, we unlock value. At Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, we partner with businesses driving Ghana and Africa's growth, from energy to mining, infrastructure to trade. We finance the ideas and enterprises that empower economies. Our partnerships with market leaders in the energy, trade, and mining sectors prove that when ambition meets expertise, growth is inevitable. Call 0302-815-789 to speak to our CIB team, or visit stanbicbank.com.gh to get started. Stanbic Corporate and Investment Banking, driving growth, creating sustainable impact.
And you know, your money deserves the safest home, and with Telecel Cash, you are protected every step of the way. No risks, no worries, no long stories, just peace of mind. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app now for safe, secure transactions. Telecel Cash, the safer choice. Sende Keke.
Indeed, Sende Keke. But, you know, this morning also, we're having a conversation about your child's health. Okay, so parents, we're going to be sharing with you the things that you should do to keep your child out of the hospital this year. What are those things that you should do? Because, you know, the funny thing, the sad thing about children when they are sick is that sometimes they can't even explain what they are going through.
Yeah.
And so you're asking a lot of questions. They go see the doctor, and they talk about these symptoms today. Tomorrow they're talking about different symptoms.
Yeah.
Every question you ask them, they say yes.
Mm.
So what should you do? What are the simple tips to ensure that you and your child stay out of the hospital in 2026?
I like that you added the you to it,
Yeah.
because sometimes when the child gets it, you get it too. Especially in the flu season.
Oh my goodness.
They'll pick something and they bring it to you.
Mhm.
And even when you don't get it, the fact that you are going to have to spend a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money in dealing with this affects the family. It affects your finances. It affects your work. And we usually don't plan for children this way. We think about school fees, think about groceries for the kids and food and all those things. That's just about it. But how do we keep them out of the hospital? How do we keep them healthy throughout the year? How do we keep them active and happy when it comes to their health? This is the conversation we're having. And Dr. Mantibia will join us this morning. She's a pediatrician from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. She's also the president of the Pediatric Society. She will just share some very, very, very good tips for us to keep our children healthy, and in effect to keep us healthier and happier.
Of course.
Yeah.
So that we, you know, sometimes the stress of knowing that child is not feeling well even makes you sick.
Yeah.
We'll be right back to have that conversation.
You know how much moms always say too much of everything is bad? But there's one too much mom actually approves of. Telecel's Too Much Broadband Bundle. This season, all you have to do is buy the 150 Ghana Cedis Too Much Broadband Bundle in addition to your main broadband plan and get 150% bonus data. That's right.
Simply buy the 150 Ghana Cedis Telecel Too Much Bundle in addition to your main broadband plan and receive 150% bonus data. Dial *900#, use the Telecel Play app, or visit the Telecel website to buy now.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Make a choice. Go for it. You need support to achieve. A new verse awaits you. The Republic Verse, where you're treated as uniquely as you are. Succeed, thrive, outshine yourself. This is our verse, the Republic Verse. Join the Republic Verse and big up. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
At 18, Mr. Mensah got his first student mattress. It was hard and unyielding, just what he thought he needed. At 46, he chose a mattress that was too soft and did not provide him adequate support. Now at 66, when you hear Mr. Mensah coming, he groans and croaks. Now he needs a chiropractor. The choices you make catch up with you. Talk to a comfort expert at Latex Foam to help you choose from pocketed spring mattresses to orthopedic and high-density foam mattresses tailored for your age, posture, and body type.
And now, latex foam is even more. From home to office furniture that has your back, Latex Foam has a range of durable products that give you total comfort for a healthier life. View our full product range on our new interactive website at latexfoamghana.com or visit Latex Foam showrooms nationwide to speak to a comfort expert. Latex Foam, your partner for life.
Hey, is it my TV or my eyes? Why? If you say everything clear past my future.
Charlie, it's not your eyes, it's the TCL C6K QD Mini LED TV.
With QD Mini LED technology, you get deep blacks, bright highlights, and colors so real. See, even the referee's board head, they shine.
Movies, football, gaming, every detail sharp like a new razor blade.
If your old TV they show bleh bleh, Charlie, it's time to upgrade.
Visit any Electroland Ghana shop for yours and enter the ongoing Achedia promo.
TCL C6K QD Mini LED TV.
TCL, inspire greatness.
Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets. With sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices, you also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service, rental and sale of tile lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators, and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 21 branches nationwide. Locate us at East Legon, 26 Boundary Road, close to the AH Hotel. Call us on 024-642-3534 or 024-348-0334. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
The Kakamotobi come out in the festive season and they are as scary as our bills. But we don't want to miss out on parties, family and festivals. Whether you say Akwaba, Maraba, Wezo or Obake, EcoBank says tap into 5s in the 5-star enjoyment promo. Be one of 10,000 lucky winners when you deposit multiples of 400 Ghana cedis or take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis to win up to 1.5 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes. 1-year insurance cover, gift vouchers and more. That's not all. Use your EcoBank card, mobile app, USSD or POS to transact and enjoy up to 15% discount. Tap into vibes with EcoBank. T's and C's apply. Bill shouldn't scare you. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank will never call or text asking you to verify sensitive information like your PIN, Ghana card or bank card information. Pay better attention to details.
Honey, Easter in Dubai will not be bad, crowd. What do you think?
Hey, Dubai pa! But how?
The Activa Sida promo.
Hey!
Activa Insurance is thanking its customers and welcoming new ones. Just buy or renew any Activa Insurance policy and enter into a draw where you can win a fully paid trip to Dubai. Flight, hotel and tours all covered. And if not Dubai, you can still win TVs, fridges, washing machines and many more.
Really?
Yes. Buy your home, motor, fire, travel, personal accident insurance or any Active Lady solution.
Amazing!
Walk into any Activa Insurance branch or agency nationwide or dial *713*313# now. Asida promo is partnered by Travel Planners Ghana, your travel experts, and Malcolm. Promo ends 5th March 2026. T's and C's apply. Active Insurance. Our clients, our passion. This promo is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Baby, yeah, it will a mongo. It will a mongo. The check away, say move front, a son of Kobaka, and wine and menende. So Jagella, so pressure, what the kind of rest of cran, yeah. Kema my yappy, but soon the tent and a man, share. No. Shama can say, Namemudi and wash it. Shama Buddha, na me moody more than it. Jame fije mantozioma kamini mie muode udo ya nana nyami na betchere mini ube guro kabre atra yas jamansai yado ya nana nyami na betchere meya mu campaign atra yas jamansai na udo ya nana nyami na betchere antifa wusabe wa many under me who are yashe fa wutuma be bo me diano eto za wo body fa wusabe wa many under wutuma be fa wutuma utina mi wakasa bi pampana.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And you just heard from Justice Alexander Osetutu telling us the challenges with land registration, land titles to be precise, the fact that only 3 districts, parts of Kumasi, the Greater Accra region and Kaswa, can issue land titles. And without a land title, the state cannot guarantee ownership of your land. And so during litigation, you cannot be fully protected. Still staying with issues of land, we've been joined by Professor Kwame Jan. You know him as a professor at the University of Ghana School Law Faculty and also a private legal practitioner. Why don't we get some thoughts from him as well? Professor Kwame Jan, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
God is still taking care of his children. I hope you are fine this morning.
I am fine this morning. I am on my way to court.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Then it's the best time to have you because...
yes, I'm sitting in the traffic, which also is evidence that we didn't plan our land well.
You see, and you know, talking about land, because we've just spoken to... Justice of the Court of Appeal, Justice Alexander Osetutu, and he's been explaining a few things to us. The fact that, look, yes, you can register your land document, but to get a land title, the minister has declared Greater Accra region, parts of Kumasi and Kaswa as areas where you can get land title. And so this would mean that the state cannot guarantee ownership of your land. And already that sends some bit of shivers down our spine. The fact that if you are in the eastern region, central, western region, your land ownership becomes a challenge, opening you up for land litigation. Where did we go wrong, Professor Jan?
We went wrong in diverse ways. But before I go into the matter, let me acknowledge that Justice Osetutu is a person of profound knowledge in land law and other areas. And I am proud to say that he was my student at the University of Ghana School of Law. I taught him land law.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and he is a very illustrious former student, I can tell you. Yes, so when he makes statements about the law, they are accurate, I tell you. I read his piece in the graphic, but I couldn't listen to him. But I know that he will do justice to the matter. The second thing I would want to say is, I guess this is probably the only medium I can get to do that. I want to extend warm greetings to Mr. Kwesichum.
Sure.
Mr. Kwesichum paid me a surprise visit last week in my residence with a big hamper. On behalf of himself and multimedia.
Oh, that's nice.
So, my deep appreciations to him and multimedia. So now we can go to the substance.
Please, let's get into it. I'm asking, where did we go wrong? I mean, the PNDC law, 1986, it's been 40 years and only 3 districts?
Yes. Even the 3 districts, when Justice Osetutu wrote about Kaswa and the CBD in Kumasi, those were pilots. You know, so the areas around Kaswa, beyond Budumburam, the Utu areas, Opekuma, Loye, that corridor, it was an attempt to pilot land registration in typically non-urban settlements. So it was a pilot part of the land administration project. And then the CBD, the Central Business District in Kumasi, was also piloted by way of a typically urban kind of environment. So that was how Kumasi and the area around Kaswa towards Winneba was piloted. Otherwise, the only formal declaration of a region as a titling area was Greater Accra region. And so it doesn't mean that the rest of the country doesn't have registration, but the rest of the country has registration of deeds, which is registration of instruments relating to land, but not the land itself.
What's the difference?
Now, if you do registration of deeds, it means that you bring a piece of document evidencing a land transaction. So maybe you got an indenture or some other document from the grantor, which is the person that gave you the land. You send that document to the Lands Commission. They go through a certain process and record. It's a recording. They record that transaction as having taken place. And then they put the instrument on their files. But when somebody brings another transaction respecting that same area, they will record that one as well.
Oh, how?
Yes, because they are just doing a recording of transactions. They are not recording the title. They are not registering the title to the land. They are just recording instruments affecting the land. So whoever brings an instrument, it will be recorded.
Yeah, but I mean, if you record one transaction, why do you record another? Can't you?
Yes, so that is why if you do a typical search at the Lands Commission, it will maybe start by saying the site is not state land, and that the site is affected by a transaction from me and Yete Kwakuranya, La Manche, to Multimedia Group. Then it will also be showing that it is affected by a transaction from me and Yete Kwakuranya to Kwamijan. And a transaction from me and Yete Kwakuranya to Kofi Yeboah. They would record the transactions. And then what happens then is, if there is a contest between the three transactions, then the one that was recorded first will take precedence over the one subsequently recorded.
Okay.
But the state or the Republic of Ghana is not giving you any assurance that that recording in the records of the Lands Commission is sanctified. The state does not put its faith and credit behind that document because the state has not verified the document on the ground. Titling involves a lot more detailed and comprehensive investigation of the records affecting the transaction and the persons involved in the transaction. That is why in the write-up, Justice Dr. Osei Tutu says the state gives you a title which is indefeasible. The title becomes indefeasible if you have gone through all the processes set out in the law. Then the state says that I, the Republic of Ghana, guarantee that this person is the registered proprietor of this parcel of land. And that is the difference between the registration of title and registration of deeds.
Okay, but I mean, help us understand, what's the difficulty? Why are we not able to get titles throughout the country?
Okay, one, the first problem is we need maps for the whole country. If you want to do titling for the whole country, you need maps. And the maps must be drawn to the acceptable level of precision. That is what normally we describe as cadastre, the cadastral plans. So maps drawn to precision by way of accuracy. And that's what we don't have.
We don't have maps in this country?
Exactly. We have maps, but not enough to cover the entirety of the country.
What is preventing us from
what normally
getting
happens
enough?
is where the maps become available to the level of precision required, the minister then will declare that particular area where the maps are available as a title registration district.
Now, these maps that you talk about, which institution is supposed to draw these maps?
It's the Lands Commission, and the Lands Commission has a division called Survey and Mapping Division. Mm-hmm. That's the body that has responsibility within the framework of the Lands Commission to make the maps available. But the maps have to be paid for by somebody. And you know who that somebody is, the Republic of Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
And these maps involve flying of area photos, involves what we call ground truthing. So after the flying, you have to go to the ground. It's not cheap, if I may say so.
Okay.
So if you cannot make the maps, then you do with the deeds. But you know, you can always graduate from deeds to title if your maps are ready. So in 1986, when the Land Title Registration Law PNDC 152 was enacted, provision was made that all the areas which have been declared registration districts under title, all the deeds which were registered must first be converted before new registrations were done. So you can graduate from deeds to title.
Okay.
So the rest of the country where we have done deeds could be converted to title as we progress. And in any event, Chief, you can also upgrade deeds within the deeds framework. You can demand some basic precision in the deeds. So for this, even now, before you submit any document to the Land Commission for registration, you must bring or you must have attached to the document a barcoded site plan, which is a plan drawn to precision. So we can even have an upgraded version of deeds so that the transition from deeds to title becomes very smooth.
And talking about the barcode, so let me just ask this question because there's been a question about the barcode system in land registration introduced by the Lands Commission, which is to make land documents authentic, traceable, and tamper-proof.
Yes, particularly the plan. Plan.
Okay, so in that case...
Because in the past, some of these plans were just traced. They take a block and they put kerosene and some things. They just trace a site plan from a block. And if you have a site plan which has a scale of 1 inch to 2,500 feet on the ground, you can imagine a little shift of your hands and they will say that the land has shifted. You know, it's only in Ghana that I have heard that land shift when there is no earthquake. It means that there was an error in the survey. The land itself doesn't just shift.
Okay. So in the absence of land titles, these barcodes provide enough proof?
Yeah, not enough proof, but it gives us some comfort by way of the precision in the survey. That's all.
Okay.
A barcoded plan does not add to proof of ownership. No. It adds to precision of the plans. So at least you know that plan, which is computer readable and properly done and certified by the director of survey or his authorized rep, position the land on exactly where it is on earth.
Okay.
So at least we got that one right. That where the land is where it is. Not where somebody gives you a plan and he says that the land is somewhere in cantonments. And when you plot, the land is in the Atlantic Ocean behind Independence Square. That one, the backwarded plan would prevent that one.
Oh, okay. So you've talked about the need to have maps. What else must we do to be able to have more districts?
So we have to have the maps, and we also have to make a decision as to the modality for titling. You know, our law made provision for systematic titling. It means that the whole country would have to be titled. So all the parcels that have been identified should be titled, even if the owner of the parcel has not applied for titling. So the question is, and this question is still bothering us as a country, who pays for the cost of first registration? Who pays for the cost of first registration?
Who pays?
Yes. Should it be the state? Should the state, so if you take like cantonments, should the state put all the lands, parcels in cantonments on the register, bear the cost, and wait for the state to recoup if the proprietors of those lands one day want to transfer, and the state will then recoup? Or the state should leave the individual applicants to apply to come and register. In that case, you cannot have systematic titling. You can only have sporadic titling.
What do you propose?
There are 5 plans. There are 5 land sharing boundary. If only one person voluntarily shows up to register, the 4 will not be registered.
Okay. What do you propose?
The state should fund systematic titling, and the state should fund it incrementally. So, like Accra, if the state declares Greater Accra, the state should go ahead and title Greater Accra, and go to the next and the next. Look, we traveled to the UK some years back when we were doing this land reform project. They've been doing titling for more than 100 years. The whole of UK is not titled yet. The whole of the United Kingdom is not yet titled. So titling is not a one-day activity, 1 year activity, 10-year activity, 20 years activity. No, it will take some time, but we should have a plan to get to the end. Like I'm telling you, UK, as of the time we visited, had not completed titling the whole country with all their resources.
Okay.
You know, so sometimes we Ghanaians, it's good we are ambitious, but we also have to be, you know, sometimes moderate in our demands. If UK, with all the resources and everything else, and the number of years at it, have not completed their country,
can't we become the model country?
You know, everybody talks about Rwanda, not so. Rwanda is the size of the central region. So, if your country is the size of central region, how could that country be a model for us? Yes, they've done well. We have to commend them. But, and land in Rwanda virtually has been taken over by the state. Here, with the multiplicity of owners and customary systems, with state systems, family systems, clan systems, school systems. So we have a serious matter on our hands. Ghana as a country has taken the position of pursuing unity in diversity. We have allowed all the diverse ownership systems to simultaneously coexist. So So this is what we have chosen, and we have to live with it. We have to live with it.
Great. Lawyer, since you have to be in the court, let's wrap it up this way.
In fact, I'm getting close. I'm getting close around National Theatre.
Yes.
Means that I'm close to the court complex.
You are very close. You're very close. So let's wrap it up so you could go to court. So going forward, you would suggest that the state systematically does this, and then once the individuals are coming for the title, then the state
because they will come by all means. The state then recoups, or when they are transferring, the state recoups. So the state would have opportunities to recoup the investment. But we should start. The state must make some investments in mapping. And the other problem is the Lands Commission systems are not fully digitized. So whilst we are waiting for the maps, the Lands Commission should continue the digitalization of their records and their processes. Not just their records, their processes, I can tell you. If they digitalize their records and their processes, eventual conversion will not be too complicated. Okay. So there are things in place.
Now,
gradually we should get somewhere.
Okay, someone listening says, so having a deed is not land ownership. You only hold the land giving you, which you paid for, by the way, by Ni Anyete Kwakranya, until you have the title?
Is the deed does not give you the sleep and the peace of mind that the title would give you. That's the difference. In one case, you can sleep maybe 5 hours. In the other case, you can sleep 2 hours every night. So you have to decide whether you want to sleep 5 hours or you want to sleep 2 hours. And the Republic has a role to play in how long you can sleep if you are a landowner.
Okay.
So let's all work like this conversation. I have read a graphic editorial talking about this morning, and the judge has spoken, and I am speaking. Let others speak, and God willing, those who control the national purse, they too may have been affected one way or the other by the land issues.
Okay.
Let's all work and invest in registration. Because, look, at the end of the day, what do we have? Ghana as a country has 238,000 square kilometers of land.
Yes.
At independence, we were less than 6 million by way of population. Now we are more than 35 million if we counted ourselves properly. So if we cannot manage our land, we don't have a future.
Professor Kwame Jan, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
And that's Professor Kwame Jan joining us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And I've been reading your messages. Many of you are scared because you live in areas where you can't have land titles, and you're asking the question, what happens when it comes to land litigation? Jonathan says, thank God for great life. Thank God for life. Great job you guys are doing. But I'm really scared hearing this. I live in Ho. I have a land, and these days land litigation has started bothering us down here. Those days you wouldn't hear about land litigation like Accra and other parts of the country. My worry is that for those troublemakers hearing this, when they capitalize on it and start to give us problem, the more I've registered my land, and I thought with this document it can protect me for life. But what I'm hearing now is scary. What you have done is actually to record that you bought. There's been a transaction between you and a person purporting to own the land. It could so be that the land is not even his. Anyway.
This also presents an opportunity. Based on the two wise legal practitioners who have spoken to us, it presents an opportunity for the state to invest. This presents an opportunity for the state to invest based on the two wise positions of the two people we've spoken to, right? For example, we have the geomatic engineering department at KNUST. We have UMAT also offering similar courses. I think Legon also has similar courses. So we have people learning GIS and all that. Can we just go all out as a country and start doing the mapping at least in certain instances, there are certain maps you want for certain purposes. You can go to Geological Service Department, you tell them the area, they can give you maps. So why not use the students we are training who sometimes actually come out of school and they don't have work to do? Why not use these institutions to get the work done? And as he suggested, the state does the work. When you are going to register for your title, the state makes some money through the process with the fees that we pay. I believe that will help. And that will actually create a lot of jobs. A lot of jobs.
Yeah, that would help. So let the state invest, then the state will recoup the money. Kojo, at this point, we need to go for a quick break and return with our health conversation where, we're building up to the 31st of January, 6 a.m. at the University of Ghana Stadium, where we start the big workout, the Joy FM workout. But we're starting with our children, and we'll be learning what to do to keep you and your child away from the hospital. You see, I don't want you to be in the hospital. You only go there for, as a preventive, thing, not when you're sick. All right? So when we return after these messages, we get into that conversation here on the Super Morning Show.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly welcomes you to its 23rd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming the Mighty Deeds of the Lord, Psalm 71:15-16. The Thanksgiving service in two parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sadi Kotoche. The first part begins on Friday, January 23rd, 2026, and all night from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG, Community 10, Tema. Ministering in word, Reverend Mark Sese, Assistant General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone. Reverend Aaron Fant, Senior Pastor, Wind and Fire Sanctuary, Assemblies of God, Temale, Ghana. Reverend Sujit Alex, famed North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. The second part continues on January 25th, 2026. There will be a Thanksgiving service at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Dominic Yo, Global Chairman, World Assemblies of God, and General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Singapore. Chairman for the occasion, Apostle General Sam Kwanche Ankara, General Overseer, Royal House Chapel International. Special guest of honor, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, General Overseer, Action Chapel International, Reverend Stephen Yemsom Wingam, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, and the Vice Chairman, Africa Assemblies of God, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwapuna Asamoah Jedu, the Presiding Bishop, the Methodist Church, Ghana, Reverend Steve Mensa, General Overseer, Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Most Reverend Dr. Paul Buafo, Past Presiding Bishop, Methodist Church, Ghana, Apostle Professor Kojo Akoto Boateng, Past Chairman, Church of Pentecost, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, an international evangelist, Reverend Dr. Silvanus Amegashiti Elom, Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and other senior clergy. Ministering in music will be Minister Kofi Owusu Prepra. For more details, please contact 020-854-3441 or 0248-940-021.
New year, new goals, new beginnings. Admissions are now open for our January intake at Lancaster University, Ghana. Experience world-class learning, vibrant campus life, and a global community, all in Ghana. For more information, contact us at +233 030 211 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Start your journey with Lancaster University, Ghana. Apply today and shape the future you've been dreaming of.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Coffee in your cup, enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7
Joy 99.7 FM, and we told you we're going to have a conversation about the health of our children. Okay, we want to understand what it is.
Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city breaking and everybody shaking, and we're staying alive, staying alive.
And it's live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. Time now to have a conversation about our children. Okay, so parents, this is one for you. We want you to understand a few things, what you should know about your children's health, and in knowing that, it will keep them out of the hospital. Okay, what are some of the things you should do and things you shouldn't do to ensure that in 2026 you stay out of the hospital? At least if you're going there, you're going to run few checks, but not with emergencies here and there. Okay, and this morning, pediatrician Dr. Hilda Mantibia Boy has joined us in studio to have this all-important conversation. And as parents, we are all listening, to pick a thing or two which would help us deal with our child's health. Doc, good morning, Afishapa.
Good morning. Happy committee.
Hope you're fine this morning.
I'm good.
Your smile tells me that you're doing very well.
Thank you.
Great. So let's start off this way. Okay. For many of us parents, sometimes we don't even know what's happening to our children, particularly when they're very young and cannot say anything. All you know is you see them crying, and you ask questions, they nod. If they can, utter a word or two, they keep saying yes to everything that you say. Is this the problem? Yes. Everything, yes. So how do we ensure, what must we know about our child's health to ensure that this year they're safe and the hospital doesn't become the go-to place all the time?
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to share child health with your listeners. Now, for children, we will usually categorize them into the various ages or stages because it's not like a one-size-fits-all approach. However, if we look at the newborns before the toddler age, so that's like before 2 years, where they are not likely to be talking much, a baby eats and sleeps and cries. So if your baby is typically doing all these, then baby is fine. Now, if a baby is crying, aside it being just like normal that the baby can cry, it may be that the baby is too hot or too cold or has soiled his or her diaper or is hungry. Once you sort these out, baby is likely to be well and okay. It's not all the time that is because of an infection or an illness that they will cry. Now, in the toddler stages, when they are likely to be talking. Depending on the age, though, they may not be able to tell you exactly what is happening with them. But even for them, they also will eat, they'll play around, they will generally be fine unless there's some pain somewhere or they fell somewhere and that got them to become hit. Now, for them, preventive basically is really going to be about the environment, the home environment, because around that time they are playing a lot. So the environment should be such that there are no sharp objects, there are no knives, the furniture is friendly enough. And there's something we call child-proofing your home, where you, the parent or the caregiver, could sort of go on all fours on the floor and look around the space that you have. You may suddenly notice some things that will be a threat to the child. So if you have a table with 4 squares, those sharp edges can suddenly become something that will harm or hurt your child, especially around that toddler age. And around that age, you should not leave things on little bits and pieces on the floor. Beads, corn, granules, those things should not be on the floor, because they can easily harm the child if they go the wrong way when they put it in their mouth. Sometimes they'll put it in their nose, sometimes they'll put it in their mouth, and it may go the wrong way.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, I like the bit about making sure that even as parents, you'd have to make sure that your room or your house in itself is friendly, because it's one of the things many of us wouldn't do. We just leave everything, and these children would play around. But also, they pick infections a lot. And they're in school, okay? They're in school, they're playing, they like to play. So some, when they're past 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years, they can have conversations with you, 6 years, 7 years. They can tell you what is happening in school, what they do and all of that. So for those ones, for instance, where particularly when they are in school, they're going to school, and they come back to you with conversations, what should you be telling them to ensure that they don't go in there and come home with infections?
The school environment is always tricky because you are not always in control, and there are many other children who have all come to the school with their different infections. If one comes with a cold, so in many of these toddler classes, sometimes even those who are preschool, when you go to their classrooms, you realize that about 3 or 4 out of whatever number it is have a cold at the time or a cough at the time. And these tend to be viral, which will go around a lot. What would encourage for that age group classrooms is to ensure that there's good ventilation in the classrooms, because the good ventilation will help to reduce the burden of the viruses within the classroom. Masking may be another way that can help to reduce the risk.
If you give them the mask, they will throw it away.
yes, but that may be the only other way. Then the other thing is courtesy. You teach them that they should wash their hands when they touch surfaces, when they touch floors, wash their hands with soap and water. That could also help. Where possible, if they know someone has a cold, not to go too close. But sometimes it's difficult, because the younger they are, the more likely that they'll be in each other's faces all the time. Yeah. They'll touch their nose, touch your child, and the person then is very likely to have the cold. But the hand washing is good. When they come back home from school, to wash their hands, change their clothing, take a shower, that may also be very helpful. And good nutrition, really, because the nutrition helps to improve their immune system. So this is like the balanced meals, the fruits, the vegetables that we encourage children to take. That also goes a very long way. We are not always worried when a child has a cold or a cough. No, because they are viral. And these viral infections will take their normal course. Usually within about 2 weeks, the cold is gone, the cough is gone, child is back to being fine again. For those ones, you don't really bother. Then again, for the parents, we would say that if your child is sick or unwell, let the child stay home. to recover before going back to school, because then it reduces the chances that when this child goes back recovered, they'll go and pick up another infection, because it becomes like a cycle. Where this person had it today, by the time he's recovering, another person has picked it up. Then he goes back to pick it up from another one who picked it up from that other one in the classroom. So if your child is unwell, the school is not a hospital. Keep your child at home and try and find other care.
But sometimes also they want to be in school. You, the parent, also you're thinking
have to go to work.
You have to go to work. It's I think the reason you took your child to school in the first place.
You don't have a help.
So what do you do?
Find help as much as possible and get care for the child. So if it's not all the time too that is just like a cough and cold. There are times where it may be an ear infection which will require treatment. It may be tonsillitis which will also require treatment. So it's good that you get help for your child if you are not sure of exactly what it is, and if the child is ill enough, you send the child to hospital, so that then the duration of the illness can also be shortened by whatever medication that the child is given. And as parents, we always need backup care or help for our children at home. Even if you don't have a stay-at-home nanny or someone who comes and goes, when there are emergencies, we should try and find someone, if it's an auntie somewhere who can come over, or your in-laws live somewhere around where you can drop them off for a few days where possible, for them to help with the care while you may have to go to work. Then again, if your child is unwell, you are able to get sick leave to stay at home and take care of the baby or the child for the period of the illness. So we can take advantage of all these opportunities to be there for our children.
Great. This morning we're talking about the health of our children. Our focus is on some of the things we should do to ensure that they stay out of the hospital in 2026. Okay, not just them, but us also, because if they're going, we're going with them. Imagine for those of us who come to work around 5 a.m. having to take your child to the hospital late in the night. How are you going to even wake up and go to work?
Yeah.
You see? So how do you ensure, and we're learning a lot, first of all, your home should be child friendly. For me, that's the first thing I've learned.
To prevent injuries and all that.
Exactly. As for the regular cold and cough from the schools, you can talk to them, teach them a few things. If someone is coughing, they stay away. They don't get very close to the person.
Hand washing.
I mean, they would go and do this and come and tell you.
Yeah.
And if you're not lucky, they actually would bring you these infections.
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes too, they like the vitamin C and all of that you give them. So every now and then they come telling you they are sick. They want vitamin C.
Okay, so the vitamins may not be a necessity. Once they are getting it in their food, that's their fruits and their vegetables, you don't necessarily have to go out of your way to give them vitamin C or other vitamins. If they're eating healthy, it should cover for the nutrients that they need.
Okay. But if you're not sure of what you're giving them,
you should be sure of what you're giving them. If you're not sure of what you're giving them, then you could, but you should be sure of what you're giving them. Then the other thing is the immunizations. When children are born, they are giving immunizations up to about 2 years of age, and then vitamin A continues every 6 months from then on. This is also important because it helps to prevent them from getting infections. So the diarrheal diseases, some of them, and also the pneumonias, and so are also covered. So it's important that we ensure our children get the immunizations that they are supposed to get from birth.
At this point, I'd like to encourage all of us, mother and father, that all antenatal and postnatal visits must be done together, so that you learn about all these immunizations. And I think it's helped me a lot going for antenatal and postnatal visits, helping me to appreciate the kind of challenges the child will go through and how we should embrace ourselves for those things. But Doc, usually, especially for adults, beginning of the year, we advise that go to the hospital and run this test, go and run that test, go and run that test and all that. And we do it. Some of us do it. How about children? Should we take them to the hospital to run specific tests beginning of the year or regularly to understand what's happening in their systems to be able to deal with them? Or they are just children, so we should just take care of them, enough good food, water, let them play, safe environment. When they fall ill, we bring them to the hospital.
Permit me to make a comment on your assertion or encouragement of the fathers to get involved. Unfortunately, in our part of the world, we have a culture where a lot of the caregiving and the nurturing is left to women to do. And so even when men try to get involved, sometimes they are given names as if their wives are controlling them or they are not man enough. It is good or very important that the two who are bringing the child into the world, the two who are caring for the child are involved. And as you rightly said, it makes the father appreciate more or understand better and be better positioned to support the child's mother. There's nothing wrong with the man being the one feeding the child, for example, or changing the diaper or helping the child with the homework. All this helps to improve the bonding with the child. There are times when fathers will say that the mothers are poisoning the children against them and all that. The children are not dumb. They also see. So if they do not see you as interested in their welfare or showing any support or caring them, then they do not really feel connected to you. And that is why many times when children grow up, they'll buy cars for their mothers and buildings for their mothers
and buy singlets and boxer shorts for their fathers.
Or maybe even nothing at all. And then people will be asking that, where is their father? Well, so fathers need to invest not just money in their children. They should invest their time and they should try to be present for their children. Outside, there's a lot of extracurricular activities, swimming, tennis, football, and all that fathers may be the ones who are taking these children to these extracurricular activities, piano lessons, all that. So we, the parents, especially the fathers, should take an interest. And no matter how busy your work is as a parent, you have a duty of care to your child, not just to provide money or the physical things or the things that the child will need, but also to be there for them emotionally. Now, to your question about the tests that are done, when the babies are born, typically they will have their blood groups checked depending on where you deliver also and the follow-ups that you do. Then the G6PD test will also be done. Your sickling status, that is whether the child has sickle cell disease or not, those are also generally likely to be checked. So many people now are likely to know these that I've mentioned. If there's nothing wrong with the child, we do not have to every year definitely repeat some of the, and for the G6PD test, you don't need to keep repeating it. The HB electrophoresis or for the sickle cell status, you don't need to be repeating it. From time to time, we will do a full blood count to see what the level of the HB is, or the hemoglobin, what makes the blood, some will say blood level, but it's not really blood level. To know how much iron you have in your blood could be done. And we could check your kidney function, your liver function. So all those could be checked annually for the child. If there's a current illness, that could also be assessed. And I must say that it's good for the child to also see the dentist and to see the ophthalmologist. The hearing screening now is being done for the babies who are born. So the hearing test is often done, and we know when there's a problem to be able to intervene. Once you do these, generally your child is fine. If we are able to see you every year, at least every 6 months, that also depends on the age. The younger the child is, the more likely we will need to follow the child up frequently. And you see, the hospital shouldn't be seen as a place for just curative care, like not just because you are sick before you come, but also for preventive health. As part of the preventive health, we've talked about the immunization. That is one. And previously, we used to have immunizations, mostly children under 5, around 2. By that time, they would have finished. But now we have the HPV vaccination for 9 to 14-year-olds. So that's also something that your adolescent children will need to have. And then encounters to just check on them, see how they're doing. There are things that your child may not tell you as the father or as the mother, but when they go to hospital, they may chat with their pediatrician or their doctor, and then we will know more. We will even ask them about boyfriend, girlfriend, depending on the age. Yes, you see, sometimes it sounds like it's abstract or it's not real, but there are 9-year-olds who are having sex. There are 12-year-olds who are having sex and getting pregnant, 13-year-olds. The age at which people are having sex is
dropping,
and it's variable too. So it's good to have such conversations with your child's doctor so that they can help you to better care for your child. And it shouldn't be seen just as a place where the child is sick and so you have gone, but you could go so that we help to prevent illness.
Kofi, there's something I've also noticed, and I don't know from you, Doc, if it's scientifically proven with data. I'm seeing a lot of children these days wearing glasses. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in glasses. I don't know whether it's because of the screen time they've been exposed to these days, or it's a normal thing, just that maybe when we were younger, we were never tested for eyesight problems and then giving glasses for correction. Should it also be one of the key things parents should pay attention to, getting the eyes of their children checked on the regular, because of our world of screens and tablets?
Yes, so all the answers that you've given are correct. The screen time now is a problem, not just globally but here as well. As a country, even in areas where you think that children don't have access to phones, they are using phones. So it is a problem, and it's all some of the effects we are already beginning to see. I must say, though, that I haven't looked at any literature, particularly for Ghana, to say that maybe there's an increase in the number of children who are wearing glasses. The other thing also is that previously we did not have so many ophthalmologists and the optometrists who can check the eyes. Now we have more of them, and the awareness is also improving. So people are going to get their children checked, and this is good, because then if there are any problems, they can be seen early and the interventions can be done. There are children who sit in class and cannot see the board. They sit in class and they cannot see well. And so if this is reported, then the appropriate interventions can be done. But we do not have to wait until they start complaining that they cannot see. If your child has not seen an eye doctor before, it's good to have the child's eye checked. It's not just the refractive errors. There may be other things that the child may have that you may have no idea about. So it's good to have it checked.
Oh, really? So at what point do you need to see the eye doctor with your child?
From around the time that they are delivered, especially for the preterm babies, routinely their eyes are screened. Now, I would say that any time from around a year of age, you could get your eye doctor to see your child, and then based on whatever they find, the subsequent recommendations that they have, you could follow. So if your child hasn't seen one before, it's a good idea to see one.
And let's talk about the screen time, because now a lot of parents, just so they can continue with whatever they're doing, once the child starts crying or disturbing, take my tablet, take my phone, and that's the end of it. How many hours in a week or in a day can a child spend with a phone or a tablet?
We are recommending that children less than 2 years of age have no screen time at all. Unless maybe they, let's say father is not in country or father is in another region and wants to do FaceTime or have a brief conversation with a child, then that one, yes. But aside that, before 2 years, no screen time at all. After 2 years, typically about an hour a day and even that one, there should be good supervision. Aside that, if maybe they are using their screen time for maybe schoolwork or something, this is usually also supervised. But if this is going to be for prolonged periods, they should take regular breaks in between looking at the screen, so that their eyes get to rest, their brain gets to rest a bit before they go back to it. But we do not encourage mindless, you leave the child on the screen. We do not encourage it at all. It causes a lot of speech delay. So there are children now, they are not speaking when they are supposed to speak, and but the child watches this, understands whatever they are playing, and then you realize that they are on the screen for prolonged hours. There's also a phenomenon called virtual autism, where the communication is a problem and is associated with the screens that these children are actively watching. When it comes to screen time, one of the main concerns is that the information that is being given to the child is a lot of information, and the child is literally being bombarded with the information. There's not much time for the child to process it or react or respond to it. It's just like one excitement to the other, one exciting scene, then it keeps going. In real life, that doesn't happen. If you are talking to a real human, it doesn't work like that. You speak, the person has the opportunity to think about it, respond. The person will smile to you, you smile to the person. So children who are getting stuck to these screens have a problem, not just with their communication, but also with empathy, with their ability to process things and do things that they need to do.
Okay. How about sleep time?
In this city, do you think children will get time to sleep?
Well, it's important.
With the traffic and everything.
Sleep is very important to children, and not just for children. Even we adults need to have sleep to be able to function. So everybody needs good sleep to function. For children, from around birth, they may have about 19 hours, 18 hours of sleep in the 24 hours. Gradually, it sort of reduces as the melatonin levels increase in the human body. The typical older child, about 8 to 9 hours of sleep in 24 hours is recommended. And this helps them to be able to rest and for their brain to be able to function well. If you are sleep deprived, you are more likely to have mental health problems. So depression, anxiety, and all those are commoner amongst those who are sleep deprived. Even the cognition, your ability to function, your ability to think, process in class, stay awake in class, are all negatively affected if you are not sleeping well as a child. And so we encourage that parents will do all that it takes to ensure that their children have the sleep that they need. I know that now people are having to wake up very early to set off, some 4 a.m. to set off to get to like Central Accra very early to get their kids to school and all that. So that is where we will speak to government, because it is whatever happens in the country, most of it will be done because the government has an interest, or the government is pushing the agenda. Now the rail systems are being talked about. It is going to be very good if we can do this, because then you can connect the whole country. The benefits are many for agriculture, for tourism, for everything, but most importantly also for the health of the people. If people have to spend less time traveling, it will help to improve their mental health, productivity. Mothers, fathers are less likely to be stressed, and then they are more likely to even be responsive to their children. The stress on the children will also go down. So we need to prioritize this area as a country. It really doesn't make sense that people will be in traffic for 2 hours to try to get to work, 2 hours to try to get back home. That's 4 hours. If you multiply this by the number of humans doing this every day, you will have an idea of the amount of time we are wasting as a country, the productivity that we are losing as a country. So the government really needs to prioritize this and even look ahead. 50 years from now, 40 years from now, how will the country be, the connections and the networks? So we need to have the government prioritize this to reduce the stress on children too. And because of this also, sometimes they go to school without having their breakfast, which affects their nutrition, it affects their
these
attention.
days, the schools also provide breakfast.
Not all of them.
There's some schools have actually realized some
Dadabi schools.
Not Dadabi. Because
Saito schools.
Because you realize that times that I've been on leave, that I have to take my son to school. Now he has to get to school at 7:30, but you'd have to leave home before 7 in order to get him to school before 7:30. And once he gets there, they're preparing. It goes through their lecture teaching periods. They close at 3:15. Pick them up, bring them home. Sometimes they're very tired. They get home and they are asleep. But once they sleep early, you know that they're going to wake up and are not going to sleep until you insist go and sleep. So I can agree with you on the traffic situation, because if the child is going to leave home before 7, what time is he going to wake up? Bearing in mind they take a long time to even prepare. So and once you are around also, sometimes if you are not asleep, these children also don't want to sleep.
Yes.
So sometimes, yes, parents sleep early because the children have to sleep. So maybe it's something we should also learn, and that you sometimes would have to sleep early so that the children would also sleep early. Let's get some of your messages. Francis in Oyarifa says, let the children play. They will build their immunity. What do you say about that, Dr. Mantibia Boy?
Yes, so the play is very important for child development. Through play, they may learn how to communicate with other children, how to wait for their turn. They may learn structure. The physical fitness that they get from the play is very good. Their interaction with the normal germs in the environment also helps to, in a way, build their immunity. So, yes.
Now, this one says, good you mentioned sleep. These sports that have cropped up nowadays make so much noise, no one gets the sleep they need, only to get up so early to go to school. Okay, so we're talking about noise making within the city, and that makes it a bit difficult, for people to sleep. If the parents cannot sleep, how about the children who just want every opportunity to stay awake and play? Some of them just love the fact that they can play.
All right, when it comes to the sleep at home and the time and all that, the routine within the home or the schedule within the home is important. Many people do very well in their offices, in their work, even in the schools, because there's a certain structure there. So the children know at this time we do this. When the bell rings, is this. So there's a structure. Within the home too, there needs to be a structure. There needs to be a structure that will ensure that there's also discipline. The children know what time they'll wake up. When they wake up, they know they have to do this, they have to do that, they have to do that. They know that this is the time that we leave for school. They know that this is the time we return from school. If we have to play, this is the time that we have to play. If we have to do homework, this is the time we have to do homework. If we have to sleep, this is the time we sleep. So once you establish a routine in your home, it helps to reduce the pressure on you as the parent, because you may have some work to do and cannot sleep early, even if you want to sleep so that the child will sleep. So once you create that culture or that structure, we call a system basically. So you treat your home as like a setup or an organization in a way, where you have systems in place, and that helps to make the children more disciplined. I'm not saying that there will not be times when maybe they'll sleep 20 minutes later or 15 minutes later or 30 minutes later, even for one reason or the other. But if you have the system in place, it helps the children to become disciplined and also reduce the pressure on you.
This is the Super Morning Show. We are talking to Dr. Hilda Mantibia Boy. She's a pediatrician with the Korle Bu Teaching Hospital, and she's also the president of the Pediatric Society of Ghana. And we are basically talking about what every parent must know to keep their children out of the hospital in 2026. Doc, when we were talking earlier, you mentioned colds and flus. They are normal things. Even adults, at the moment, I'm suffering from it small. But what are some of the regular diseases that you treat every day in the hospital when it comes to children? And what must we know about these diseases to prevent them? Some of the symptoms we should look out for, and even if there are home remedies that we can apply before we get to the hospital.
The illnesses could be grouped into those that come in acute or immediate or sudden onset, and those that are chronic, or maybe the child has this condition already and we are managing it in hospital. So for the acute illnesses, the colds and coughs, the tonsillitis, ear infections, malaria, sometimes people have cuts, falls, burns, swallowing or taking in maybe a coin or an object that has gone the wrong way into the airway. These are the acute ones that we sometimes see in hospital. Clues to help us to prevent them: good nutrition, the vaccinations that we've talked about, ensuring that your child practices the hand washing, and also safe play, keeping your home environment healthy and safe for children, ensuring you've removed dangerous items from the way. For the kitchen, making sure that the handles of pots are turned inside when there's cooking. If the child is in the kitchen for any reason, also depending on the age, there has to be some supervision, and having designated play areas so that they do not harm themselves and harm others or destroy things within the home. Sleeping in mosquito nets, or ensuring that you have very few or no mosquitoes in your home, could help to prevent malaria. Keeping the environment clean around your house and within your community will help with the acute ones. Then if we look at the chronic illnesses, so let's say for something like sickle cell disease, ensure that your child comes to hospital, has his or her regular medications that we give to help to improve their health and reduce the chances that they will go into a crisis. Ensure that they are wearing appropriate clothing when it's cold, or appropriate clothing for the weather, because you don't want extreme heat and you don't want extreme cold as well.
Yeah, go ahead. You're making a point.
If they become unwell too, you send them to hospital on time. Ensure that they are taking the medications that have also been prescribed for them and drinking water adequately. There are other chronic illnesses, so something like nephrotic syndrome, which is a kidney disease. It affects young children and they can become swollen on and off. So normally, once we start them on medication, the swelling will go down, and then at a point, if they go into relapse, it may come back. So for those also, and any other chronic, let's say cancers, all those ones, the children need to come to hospital early. If you notice that your child is having a fever, is not playful, is not active, having diarrhea, vomiting, for any of those, you come to hospital so that we can assess. If it's a case of maybe gastroenteritis or the diarrhea and vomiting, you could start the ORS at home even before you get the children to come to hospital. If there's a fever, you could give them paracetamol to help to bring the temperature down. But this is not for babies, so for the older children, to bring the temperature down. Then you send the child to hospital, where we could then take up the rest of the management for the child.
Charlie, when we were sick, Winston, my mom had Atwood's laxative bitters at home all the time, and a tablet called MMB 760. She would send us to go and buy it at Trinity Chemicals at the Asia Market. Mommy, me, Atwood's MMB. She will match the MMB. Mommy, me, Atwood's MMB. Mommy, I can't eat Atwood's MMB. So what you're saying is that parents should understand the various diseases and what they should give them, especially with your emphasis on the para. So you need to talk to a doctor to
Yes.
have all these things. Maybe you build a very good first aid kit,
Yes.
not to be like Atwoo's and MMB service.
But even Kojo, your mother did well.
Oh, really?
What can I say? She cares about her child.
Actually, every day Atwoo's and MMB 760. I'll never forget that thing.
Well, stay with us. But in the meantime, if you have any question for Dr. Mantibia Boy, you can definitely send us that question on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. 055-1111-997. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ghana, listen up. If you're serious about starting 2026 right, Joy FM has something big for you. It's the Joy FM Big Workout happening Saturday, January 31st, and we're starting sharp at 6 a.m. at the University of Ghana Stadium. We're walking through East Legon, coming back to the stadium, turning up the energy with non-stop aerobics, music, games, and that unbeatable Joy FM atmosphere. No pressure, no judgment. All fitness levels welcome. Whether you're just starting out or you're already active, this one is for you. So call your friends, charge your energy, lace up those sneakers and pull up. January 31st, 6 a.m., University of Ghana Stadium. This is not just a workout, it's a movement. The Joy FM Big Workout. New year, renewed you.
Jack was on his way home. Just another evening drive. Laureen was crossing the street. Just another walk to the shop. But in a split second, everything changed. One moment could save a life. Accidents keep rising and casualties keep climbing, leaving families in pain. Remember, avoid drinking and driving. Wear your seatbelts, helmets, and look both ways before crossing. Road safety is in your hands. The Road Safety Campaign is brought to you by Ayuda, Ghana's #1 services app. App Bako Services Bebre, Universal Motors Limited, driving trust, delivering excellence, and powered by Joy FM, Adum FM, Asempa FM, Hits FM, Joy News, and Joy Prime.
Welcome back. This is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And this morning, our conversation is on what every parent should know so that in 2026, you see, you and your child will be out of the hospital. You know, sometimes you just go there for your full blood check and a count and everything just to make sure that you're safe. If you have regular appointments that you must honor, why not honor it? But we don't want you going there because you're sick. You see, that's a problem. We know that sickness would come, but if you can prevent it, why not? So that's a conversation we're having this morning with pediatrician Dr. Hilda Mantibia Boy. But Central University invites applicants to apply for admission into the 2025-2026 academic year. Now, they're currently admitting students for the following programs: IT and engineering, architecture, design, planning, business, economics, communication, pharmacy, nursing, public health, law, psychology, and social work. There are diploma programs for applicants whose results do not qualify them for undergraduate degree programs. They have graduate programs, that's PhD, finance, MBA, MPhil, and MSc and MA programs. WASI applicants are invited to try their program eligibility checker on their website to assess their eligibility for their undergraduate programs. No matter where your dreams are headed, Central University is where they begin. Central University, raising virtuous and transformational leaders for our world.
And Crystal Ball Africa 2026 is happening this Thursday, January 22 at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Time is 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is the Africa Opportunity, time to take advantage. This is a very good event you don't want to miss. So secure your spot at crystalballafrica.com. Sponsors are EcoBank Labadi Beach Hotel, AGI Kawamoka, media partners City FM and Joy FM. And this event is inspired by AB and David.
Well, it's the return of the joy at the mall at the Achimota Retail Center. The Achimota Retail Center is giving you the perfect opportunity to start the year on a healthy and refreshing note. So this is the time to renew your energy and gain the momentum you need to chase your dreams throughout the year. New year, new you. Step together, celebrate together From the 23rd to the 25th of January 2026, discover perfect wellness products to support your wellness goals. Health accessories, fitness equipment, organic and natural items will be on exhibition. On January 24th, join Lexus Bill for a fitness walk around Achimota, followed by an exciting aerobic session at the center. This one I'll be there because he's not dancing, so I'll join him. Register for free. Call 0500,000 828 or dial star 800 star 066 hash. Start the year right with good health, great energy, and positive vibes. Meet your favorite Joy FM presenters and celebrities and create unforgettable moments. Achimota Retail Center, vibes.
And if you need generators, talk to Anointed Engineering Services today. They are your people for generators. They have all size, all the different types. The ultra silent, the fuel efficient diesel generating sets ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA. And you can find them at East Legon at Boundary number 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel. The head office is at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the traffic light, and they have 21 branches nationwide. If you want to learn a skill, Anointed is the place to go. Call them on 024-348-0334 and 024-642-3534. Anointed, the generator experts.
Well, Yellow Ghana, if you're a business owner and you want to monitor your business, 24/7 monitoring, real-time alerts, two-way audio, and reliable backup, all at affordable rates, just dial star 5060 #3 and keep your business in sight always with MTN Business Eye. MTN Business Eye. Just dial star 5060 # and you will thank me later. Okay, just do that.
And if you want to sleep and sleep well, if you want your children to sleep and sleep well and develop well, get Latex Foam. Latex Foam is your partner for life. They have pocketed spring mattresses, they have orthopedic mattresses, high density foam mattresses. There's a Latex Foam that's just right for you. So shop now on their new interactive website at latexfoamghana.com or visit any Latex Foam showroom nationwide to speak to a comfort expert. They are your partner for life, and they have 56 years of knowing what's best for you and your back. Latex Foam, your partner for life.
Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, your number one supplier of quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, is introduced an online store for your shopping convenience, which means you can now shop by simply logging on to kingdomstoreonline.com without physically coming to any of their branches. It's hassle-free, and they will arrange delivery to your homes and offices within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
And if you are operating in farming, food distribution, pharmaceuticals, or any business that relies on temperature control storage, there is good news for you. INVG Warehouses at Ayikai Dobro is offering you cold storage solutions that will meet your need. So talk to them today. You can call them on 024-472-0034 or 024-946-5760. They have forklifts for easy handling, CCTV surveillance for security, different types of different levels of palleting, and they also have a reliable backup power system, so your goods are kept safe, fresh, and ready for delivery at all times. Visit their website, imvgwarehouses.com today. IMVG, protecting your products and your profit.
So Ghana, listen up. I'm sure you're serious about starting 2026 right. And so Joy FM has something big for you. It's the Joy FM Big Workout happening on Saturday, the 31st of January. And we're starting at 6 a.m. sharp at the University of Ghana Stadium. We're walking through East Legon, coming back to the stadium, turning up the energy with non-stop aerobics, music, games, and that unbeatable Joy FM atmosphere. No pressure, no judgment. All fitness levels are welcome. Whether you're just starting out or you're already active, this is one for you. So call your friends, charge your energy, lace up those sneakers, and pull up. It's Saturday, 31st January, 6 a.m., University of Ghana Stadium. This is not just a workout, it's a movement. The Joy FM Big Workout, New Year, renewed you.
And if you are looking for fuel, you need to talk to Star Oil. If you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil. Become a Star Saver. Star Oil is Ghana's largest oil marketing company. And with over 240 stations nationwide, Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. This is why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with the Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. And when you go to Star Oil, you just pay with your mobile or whatever card you have. You don't have to do any charges business or any other thing. Just buy good fuel and enjoy. Wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuels.
Now, stop dreaming about a world-class education and start living it. Rosebank International University College delivers global higher education to you right here in Ghana, fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, and Ghana's GTech. Now, our international alliances with City and Guilds UK, Capsicum Culinary Studio unlock doors worldwide. So ready to lead in supply chain management, master the culinary arts, or innovate with digital marketing and IT business systems. Enjoy premier education and world-class facilities at Rosebank International University College. Choose from a wide range of qualifications from diplomas and undergraduate to postgraduate degrees like DBA, MBA, MSc, and MPhil. Admissions are open for January 2026. Visit our campus at the iconic Opebia House, Accra, or apply online riuc.edu.gh or call us on 0307 007 800. Rosebank International University College, fast track your global career. We still have Dr. Hilda Mantibia Boy with us, pediatrician at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And before the break, we're talking about headaches and all.
Yes.
But those could also be signs of serious ailments. Tell us more about that.
Yes, so a child could have headaches, and the parent could do paracetamol and all on and off. It may even add on other medications, only for us to later find that it was a brain tumor, for example, or brain cancer that the child had developed. Again, even for the tummy ache or the abdominal pain, it could be something that is not very serious or bad. For another person, it could be maybe an acute appendicitis. For another person, it may be peptic ulcer disease. So every symptom has multiple things that it could be in terms of diagnosis or illness. It's therefore good that if your child has a symptom that lasts for a while within the day, you get help for. The first aid, if you apply it, let's say the tummy ache, you've given paracetamol, for example, or the headache, you've given paracetamol and it hasn't gone, see your doctor. It's better to catch whatever it is earlier and remedy. Even the headache could be because the child has an eye problem. Maybe because the child has a kidney problem, has had hypertension and is having headaches. So there are many things that can result or explain whatever symptom your child has. So it's important to work with us as your child's healthcare providers or doctors. Don't see us as a place where people who don't pray go to, or a place where people come and die. If you come to us early, we will help you to prevent disease and help you to stay healthy. And if there's something that needs an intervention for, in terms of maybe a disease that needs any form of therapy or treatment, then we will initiate you on the treatment and continue to manage you for it. I must say, though, that now there's a lot of competition. There are people who are promising all sorts of cure for illnesses that we know that there's no cure for, and they are also getting a lot of market. We as medics are not likely to promise you a cure when there's no cure. Would rather say that we can manage it, and that's what people do not want to hear. Work with us so that we can help you to manage whatever condition that your child has, because in the long run, your child is likely to have better outcomes with whatever plan that is known to work. Than to go to someone who will promise you a cure with medications that can kill your kidney and that can kill your liver.
I like how you ended, because in the long run, you want the safety of your child. So work with the medics, and I'm sure you'll be safe. You're not a doctor. So sometimes don't say, I gave him this and he'll be... No. Sometimes it's important you run it by a doctor. Go to the hospital. It could be something serious that you may not know. I like that. Dr. Mantibia Boy, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. I've learnt a lot. When I go home today, I'll make sure that my home is child-friendly. I'll check everything myself. And I'm sure you've also learnt a lot. We're building up to the big workout on the 31st of January 2026 at the University of Ghana Stadium, 6 a.m. sharp. Make sure you're there in your sneakers. Let's exercise. But that'll be all from us this morning here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Winston Amoah.
My name is Kojo Akoto Boateng. Before we go, let me say happy birthday to Anita Aquere, CEO of Janita Catering Services, from your favorite niece, Rosabeth, and your sister, Susie. Thank you, Doc, and thank